Good morning. If you're just joining us, the Secretary of the Commission is admitting everyone who is in the wait room. We'll give it a moment to try and get everyone in before we start. We should be starting momentarily. Thank you for joining us this morning. All right, very well. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, July 20th, 2021. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Decker.
Present.
Commissioner Briggs. Present. Commissioner Bonner.
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche.
Here.
And Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Welcome to everyone joining us this morning for today's meeting. Before we begin our agenda, a few procedural reminders. All public will be heard during item 2 on the agenda, to which we will dedicate a total of 45 minutes. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker can be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in public comment, you can do so, as I indicated today, by getting in queue. You can also submit written public comment in advance of any meeting to the email address policecommission@lapd.online. If you have logged in today, you can raise your virtual hand in order to be placed in queue, or if you have called into this Zoom meeting, you can press *9 if you wish to speak on an agenda item. Alternatively, if you wish to just listen to the meeting, you can call in to any one of the phone numbers listed on the agenda that are designated for call-in and listening purposes only. With that introduction, I will turn to today's agenda. And the first matter on our agenda today is the report of the Chief of Police. Chief Moore, sir, the floor is yours.
Morning, Chief.
Morning, everyone. Welcome back. So as I do each week, I'm going to talk initially about our COVID-19, this pandemic, its impact on department operations, then move into significant events, finish with talking about crime and personnel strength. Relative to the COVID pandemic, the department, much as we've seen this region, is being impacted by the Delta variant and has seen an increase in COVID exposures and testing positives. Since we last met, we have had 3 hospitalized individuals of the department. I'm grateful that 2 of them have recovered to the point that they've been released and are at home recovering. 1, however, does remain still hospitalized based on this virus. Our numbers to date are 2,727 of our personnel have tested positive for COVID-19. That's an increase of 19 overall. The increase is primarily in our sworn ranks, with 2,218 of our sworn personnel having been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. I am happy to report that of those that have been tested positive for COVID, 2,685 have now returned to full duty and are back at work. We do have 63 of our personnel that are at home. That's an increase of 9 from the last time I provided a report to this group. Our efforts with our personnel continue to encourage them to take advantage of the vaccine, as we are doing the rest of our first responders and across the communities. We continue to post and insist on the use of face coverings, both here in public as well as in our work sites. We are monitoring and continue to remain compliant with all county and city mandates relative to the use of face coverings, as well as other personal protective initiatives with hygiene and sanitation, physical distancing. There has also been, I've noted a number of personnel or social media accounts of individuals that are concerned relative to actions that are being taken for officers and personnel who are not in compliance with these mandates. We initiate a personnel or complaint investigation on any public allegation or internal of an individual not complying with mandates as required. To date, more than 55 individuals we've taken corrective action on when the subsequent investigation has determined that they were not wearing the face covering as required. We do utilize progressive discipline. This is an insistence on myself. I model this as well as inspect and expect our personnel to be in compliance. This is for the safety of themselves, whether they're vaccinated or not, as well as the safety of their partners, their families, and the public in which we serve. So I just wanted to address that latter point. I do believe that best means of achieving this is for education and voluntary compliance as we seek all of our communities to take advantage of this vaccine so that this variant does not overwhelm the current vaccination and ultimately expose the entire community again to this terrible pandemic. Moving to the next area of my briefing today is to talk about significant events that have happened. And given the length of my presentation, I'm going to limit it to two issues. That one being the terrible explosion, the events that I addressed yesterday in an extensive press conference, that on the 30th of June, the 700 block of East 27th Street, the bomb squad there attempted to safely detonate some explosive devices found amongst a large amount this residential area inside of in their efforts to destroy those illegal explosives. My apologies. A catastrophic failure of the total containment vehicle, the vessel that they used, occurred, resulting in significant property damage, and even more importantly, and of concern was the injury of 17 community members, as well as 9 department personnel. One of those department personnel was initially hospitalized, and I'm happy to report that he's subsequently been released and is currently recovering at home. As I did yesterday, I wish to express my apology to every resident, business operator, and customer that was traumatically impacted by this ordeal. Whether one of the community members injured or the property loss incurred by the owners of the 13 businesses or 22 residential properties or the 37 vehicles that have been damaged or destroyed, I'm sorry this occurred. Additionally, I acknowledge that there's many more individuals that have been traumatized by this event. And as I stated in the initial hours of this terrible accident, we're committed to identifying how this occurred and ensuring it's never repeated. We're also committed to ensuring whatever is needed to be done to help with financial resources and support and assistance to restore this neighborhood and restore the lives of the people that have been impacted by that. We're working closely with the mayor's office as well as the CAO, Councilmember Price, who has been a tremendous vanguard for the community there, ensuring the opening and maintenance of community resource centers. A second one, which was opened up yesterday, and we continue at his request to support the staffing there, as well as added a presence in the immediate neighborhood to reassure the public of their safety. I'm also grateful that this incident did not result in any life, and this includes that the terrible exposure that the alleged actions of Mr. Arturo Sihal, his actions of placing more than 16 tons of fireworks in a residential area, including when in them were illegal explosives of a homemade type variety, and the potential danger, as remarked yesterday by the ATF agent, had those exploded, it would have devastated that entire neighborhood, and the loss of life would have been certain. I also am grateful that our police and fire personnel who responded in an effort to remedy this and render this area safe and safely evacuate and move the 32,000 pounds of fireworks, that none of them were seriously injured or no loss of life occurred there. I also believe that their actions in rendering safe these illegal explosives were based on training experience that they have and over the course of time in understanding how to safely dispose of explosive materials. During this removal process of these packaged fireworks, we did locate additional explosives that could not be safely transported. As I stated yesterday, that the practice of disposing those in place was and has been long established department policy. However, given questions regarding those disposals, as well as the entire operation and the significance of this incident, on the evening of this incident, I immediately requested the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, their national response team, to independently investigate and report their findings of the cause of this catastrophic accident. The NRT spent 7 days at the location, conducting damage assessments, collecting evidence, and interviews of involved personnel and witnesses. The ATF will formalize a cause and origin report, including information gathered from their fieldwork, laboratory tests, forensic testing, and final review of their calculations and findings. Yesterday, the ATF advised that this final fully reviewed report will be forwarded to the department in approximately 30 to 60 days. However, in advance of the formal report, there isn't substantial information gathered, and it is believed that the amount of explosives placed into the TCV exceeded its rated capacity and resulted in this catastrophic failure. Now, there could be further involvement by the TCV and its structure and its structural integrity, and that information not yet known. But what we do know is that the bomb squad calculated the weight of the explosives based on its physical appearance, based on interviews that we've conducted at this point, and that a physical scale was not used. The NRT's analysis included physically weighing the powder recovered during the initial bomb squad investigation. There was a bomb squad, when they initially took sampling from the suspected explosive material, they cut into 2 different devices and gathered the inside contents. And they physically looked at it, and based on an X-ray and their physical characteristics of the powder and material, they estimated the weight. The NRT's analysis included a physical weight, a scale, if you will, and then from that, they determined what they believe was a total weight placed into the containment vessel. As a decision to estimate the actual weight of the explosives in place of a physical scale, our investigation at this point has found that numerous accounts by bomb technicians and others that for unknown and improvised explosive devices, including this type of firework, is recommended to minimize the handling of these items as much as possible. Additionally, there's been questions raised regarding the use of the TCV at the location. This is the total containment vessel. And the decision not to transport the improvised explosives or the improvised fireworks, the illegal explosives, from the scene. This vessel is designed to safely detonate explosives, including fireworks. Its use during this incident has been something that we've had as a practice for more than a decade. This was the 42nd use of this vehicle and this vessel for the detonation of suspected explosives in the last decade. The bomb squad's protocols called for the vehicle to be brought to the location where the explosives are to be disposed of. It's previously not been used to transport explosives based on concerns that these items could unexpectedly detonate during transportation, exposing the vehicle operator and immediate surrounding areas to substantial risks. Rather, carefully planned detonations at the scene with additional safety measures such as evacuations of the surrounding residents at standoff distances has been the department's standard operating procedures. Over the course of its history, the TCV has been used at various locations across the city, from West LA to Harbor, Mid-City, South Los Angeles, and the San Fernando Valley. We have a log of each of its instances detailing the exact location that this vessel has been used. As I stated earlier, we're committed to identifying how this occurred and ensuring it's never repeated. In that pursuit, we'll be identifying revisions to our operating protocols to expand the margin of safety for the public and our own personnel alike. Included in that examination is a protocol of not transporting suspected materials in the TCV. Additionally, regarding the methodology of field calculations by bomb technicians of explosives for detonations, the commanding officer of Emergency Services Division has conducted an all-hands supervisors training and implemented new requirements for documenting those calculations. These requirements include the physical measurement of weights whenever possible, an independent secondary review of all calculations, and oversight by the on-scene safety officer and commanding officer of emergency services. This is being done to ensure that our technicians are within the recommended capacity levels for our total containment vessel. As I remarked earlier, I believe our people were on scene in stressful and dangerous conditions and operating with the very best intentions on their knowledge, training, and experience gathered over the years. All have received basic and advanced training on explosives, including disposal protocols, and have been recertified as required every 3 years. However, if mistakes were made regarding their
Chief, you've gone on mute, sir.
I'm
Chief,
sorry, my apologies.
You said mistakes have been made and then you went on mute.
I'm sorry. However, if mistakes were made in regards to established protocols, I'll hold the appropriate individual or individuals accountable. Those involved have been removed from the field pending the outcome of the complaint investigation. ATF is also conducting refresher training for the entire bomb squad on explosive material detonations, including field calculations methodology. Additionally, as information from our review in these investigations identify or suggest that established protocols do not reflect best practices observed in other agencies that could or would have prevented this accident, this department would learn from those others and will move aggressively to adopt those practices. In addition to consulting with the ATF and outside bomb squads, the FBI has tentatively agreed to conduct a more comprehensive review of our systems and protocols to ensure that we're in compliance with national standards. Finally, I've also ensured the Office of Inspector General will have full and unencumbered access to the department, including any investigative material and the ATF NRT investigation. As I understand, the Commission President has directed that independent investigation as of yesterday. I will take certainly questions and comments, direction here in a moment. I want to move from that event to another event that happened this past Saturday. And my information is more basic at this point, but I want to cover and address concerns that arose from a protest that occurred on Saturday in the Mid-City area involving the 2700 block of Wilshire Avenue and the We Spa location. Earlier this month, on July 3rd, there was approximately 300 individuals that assembled there in a protest and counter-protest group over a dispute involving the spa's allowance of a transgender individual to utilize their location. Complaints from patrons there were concerned because of the patrons' exposure of male genitalia in an area for women. And the concern was that this was inappropriate. However, in light of state law, the location is in full compliance. And this dispute, unfortunately, has in its expression, as people differ in their opinion and in their feelings or of conduct in regards to what should be allowed, has gone to social media and has been weaponized. Not by those that dispute the basic facts, but by what I believe are extremists that have attempted to hijack this dispute. And on July 3rd, groups, extremists such as Proud Boys and others who advocate for violence, along with Black Bloc and Antifa identified affiliates, came to the location to protest their respective positions. And in the midst of that, assaulted each other and injured each other, requiring us to intercede and declare an unlawful assembly and dismiss and disperse those groups. From that came further calls for violence and further calls for protests. And this went well beyond the Los Angeles area and went to other parts of the country where other individuals began expressing their positions in this discussion. On July 10th, while there was a planned protest, it did not materialize. Department was prepared and set aside additional resources. It made outreach and engagement with organizers as we could identify, an effort to promote a peaceful demonstration and counter demonstration. On the 17th of July, the organization again prepared for what we believed would be a protest and counter protest, of which social media and other avenues communicated that there would be violence, and we could expect that. During our efforts to keep these two groups apart, we saw individuals that were armed with various weapons, as well as helmets and shields, and expressed not just violent rhetoric, but began throwing projectiles and items at the other protesters, the counter protesters, and vice versa. Our efforts to intercede and to separate the groups were then met by violence against the officers. And I've seen published accounts on social media, but I've also observed body-worn video of these interactions. During the course of this ordeal, we made 41 arrests. 40 of them were for failure to disperse after an unlawful assembly was declared based on the unlawful and violent actions of groups on both sides in an effort to restore order and protect the community as well as the surrounding neighborhoods, where acts of vandalism had also occurred. One individual was arrested for possession of an unlawful or illegal weapon or item at a protest. During these encounters where officers were met with projectiles and physical violence, we had officers that were attempted, that their batons were attempted to be taken from them. We had officers that observed individuals throw projectiles at others and protesters and at officers. During the course of this, we utilized less lethal munitions a total of 10 times. 8 were from metropolitan resources that were there, and 2 were from patrol officers that used a beanbag. We had 9 baton strikes that also occurred. And my initial review of those with Deputy Chief Alabrada, who was the incident commander of this, revealed officers' accounts of individuals attempting to remove or take the batons away from officers that were on the skirmish line. And in defense of the officers and themselves, they used those baton strikes to repel and push and have the individual retreat and release the baton. Fortunately, no officers were injured as a result of this. And we do have, I've seen public reports of at least one individual that was struck in the hand by a beanbag round. That individual, a female, has not stepped forward to the department for us to conduct an interview, to my knowledge, as of this morning. We are interested and very much wish that anyone who has a complaint regarding the conduct that occurred on that date to step forward and for us to investigate this matter and determine their account, as well as we continue to investigate the overall circumstances of how this occurred. Most troubling is that a issue of public debate involving this location has spiraled into this expression of violence and physical attacks that we saw both on July 3rd, when the department was attempting to stand by and provide a safety net, but without interceding, and ultimately was required to do so. And then also this past Saturday, when in fact, when we did intercede, then we became the subject of the attacks. These attacks, violence of any level, does not address and further the discussion and the debate regarding such a serious issue of public interest. And I would just ask all parties in these groups, which I believe the vast majority of them are not involved in this violence, is to ensure that those that are bent on violence, physical violence, that they not be allowed to be there, that they expel them. We have seen that over and over again throughout protest activities in the city, both presently and in the past. And it is a shared responsibility for these protests and these demonstrations to be completed in such a fashion. Let me move next to our categorical uses of force, where we had 2 officer-involved shootings involving animals, and then an officer-involved shooting involving an individual in the Hollywood area. As to the officer, the first occurrence was in Southeast area, and that occurred on July 5th at approximately 6 o'clock in the morning at the 9900 block of Graham Avenue. There, Southeast patrol officers responded to an assault with a deadly weapon radio call. The officers' initial investigation that determined that no crime had occurred and uncuffed a female individual later identified as Ms. Shatura Johnson, a female Black, 34 years of age. As the officers were preparing to leave the location, Ms. Johnson entered her driveway and released her pit bull. The officers entered their police vehicle, and as they drove away, Ms. Johnson allegedly threw 2 glass bottles towards the officers. The officers exited her vehicle, at which point the dog charged one of the officers. The officer attempted to back away, but the dog continued to charge, resulting in officer-involved shooting, 1 round being fired, striking the dog. The dog was determined to be deceased at the scene. No officers were injured during this incident. Ms. Johnson was taken into custody without further incident and transported to Southeast Station, where she was booked for assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. Force Investigation Division did respond and is investigating this incident. On that same day in Southeast area, also at 3:53 in the afternoon, an officer-involved shooting occurred in the area of Figueroa Street and 132nd Street. There, a South Traffic Division motor officer was investigating a traffic collision at that intersection. And while attempting to make contact with a potential witness, a large German Shepherd emerged from the parking lot. The officer attempted to back away from the animal. However, it ran towards the officer, resulting in an officer-involved shooting. The officer fired 2 rounds from his pistol, striking the animal. The dog was located a short distance away and transported to an animal hospital for treatment. I do not have the condition of the dog as I am here today. No officers were injured during this incident and no arrest was made. Finally, on the 15th of July at approximately 11:30 in the morning in the Hollywood area at the 6700 block of Hollywood Boulevard, there officers responded, uniformed patrol officers, to a radio call of a man with a gun in the area of Cherokee Avenue and Hollywood Boulevard. As the officers arrived at the 6700 block of Hollywood Boulevard, they observed an individual walking on the west side of the street with an object they believed to be a firearm in his right hand. This individual has not been identified as to who he is. He was a male white. Upon exiting the officer's vehicle, the officers approached the individual and ordered him to drop what they believed to be a gun. The individual turned and faced the officer, extending his right arm and pointed the object in their direction, resulting in officer-involved shooting. The individual fell to the ground and was taken into custody with that incident. He was struck by gunfire and transported by rescue ambulance to the nearby hospital, where he was pronounced deceased shortly thereafter. The object possessed by the individual was initially thought to be a firearm, was later determined to be a metallic butane lighter with a pistol-like grip handle. Additionally, a folding knife with a 3-inch blade was locked in the open position and was also recovered at the scene. No officers were injured during this incident. However, we did have another individual that we believe as a customer at a nearby location that may have been struck by one of the rounds fired and a graze wound to her leg. She was, aid was rendered and the investigation continues as to whether or not that was the result of the officers involved shooting. Force Investigation Division did respond to the scene and are investigating this incident. This instance also, I spoke with the California Attorney General's office, and investigators from that office responded to the officer-involved shooting scene, as the state has determined that it'll exercise its prosecutorial jurisdiction for this incident. This is in reflection of Senate Bill AB 1506, which defines a person with a replica weapon as unarmed and subject to their jurisdiction. Although the suspect individual was allegedly also armed with a knife, the Department of Justice has determined that the initial threat posed by the knife was not the primary cause of the OIS. And therefore, they're going to exercise their prosecuting jurisdictional aspect. They have asked LAPD to conduct the investigation, including the collection and preservation of evidence. I spoke with the head of their investigative unit that evening and pledged our full cooperation. And the feedback I've continued to receive from their office is that they are very pleased with the investigative protocols and our full cooperation and their unencumbered access to accomplish their stated responsibilities. Moving over to crime information, briefly, we have a overall reduction in Part 1 crime in the state of Los Angeles of 4.5%. That's 2,900 fewer crimes this year versus last. However, our concern remains with homicides, which have increased 29.6%. That's 47 additional homicides this year versus last. And our victim shootings, which have increased 43%, which is 236 additional victims that have been shot. These are outgrowths of primarily street violence. However, this weekend was particularly violent, not in matters of street violence, which we have been seeing. I want to draw attention also to a murder that occurred in the North Hollywood area involving a dispute over music, in which a suspect was arrested who came downstairs. This information was captured on video and murdered the other resident over this dispute. at a Rite Aid, a clerk working in the Northeast area over the weekend, attempting to just conduct store operations when two young individuals entered the store and attempted to steal a beer. It was classically known as a beer run. The clerk's efforts to intercede that resulted in one of the individuals producing a handgun and shooting the clerk, resulting in his death. Then lastly, the Bonaventure hotel in the downtown area over the weekend. Two individuals that checked there, been there for a couple weeks, and upon leaving, apparently, for unknown reasons still to me, the male viciously assaults his companion and murders her in a public area. We have seen instances of mental health crisis, suicides increase, and disputes senselessly. This weekend is particularly poignant to remind ourselves that the challenges that we've spoke about in the increase in violent crime are real, that they affect all of us throughout all of our communities. And we need to work collectively together in our efforts to stem this increase. Finally, in regards to our personnel strength, I'm happy to report that we did initiate, opened our first academy class in some months this past July 5th. And of the candidates that we hired, give me one moment. I want to report on our diversity and our efforts to continue to expand our representation of women, African Americans, Asian Pacific Islanders. In our July class of 59 individuals, 29% of them were African American candidates and recruits. And of the 59 individuals, 32 were women. And the area that we did fall a bit was 15% were Asian Filipino, which is still above our group. But the overall tenor of this, as I want to report, is my thanks and appreciation to Personnel Department, as well as Captain Aaron McCraney and our Recruitment and Employment Division for their outreach and engagement with the applicants to seek those that are qualified and also representative of all the diverse communities of Los Angeles. In the last 3 months, we've had nearly 2,600 police applicants, men and women, individuals, to join this department. I look forward as we go this year with an ambition to hire 744 qualified recruits that will continue to see those that are representative of all of our communities of Los Angeles. And I encourage anyone who's interested in being part of a change, of choosing their purpose in life, to step forward, go to LEPD online and apply. And we look forward to supporting you and as you go through a rigorous process to come into what I think is a very rewarding profession. Our personnel strength resulting of that is now 9,386 sworn personnel, 2,721 of our civilian professional class, and 403 total reserves. I appreciate your patience with what is admittedly been a long presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for that report. I'm going to focus most of my questions and comments on the June 30th explosion. And just to correct something, Chief, the Inspector General was not directed yesterday. He was directed much earlier as soon as I understood the nature and the scope of the incident. But colleagues, just so you know, as the Chief indicated, and I believe most, if not all of you know, the Inspector General will be conducting independent and thorough investigation into the June 30th explosion. The investigation should include a complete recitation of the events leading to the explosion. I would expect they'd be relying in part also on what the ATF explosive experts evaluated. That's a separate investigation. And while I don't expect the Inspector General to go into the specifics of the explosives, I do expect that investigation to be comprehensive, including a review of all training protocols for the bomb squad, whether that training is and was in fact best practices, if not, how to improve it. Everything regarding the calculations, regarding the amount of the explosions, decisions made, the series of decisions made that led to the detonation, Whether transportation of the explosive materials really was not an option, whether other options did exist other than detonation in a residential community, whether other experts were consulted, whether the truck was appropriately maintained or had achieved its end of life or near end of life, a review of the bomb squad, overall a review of the calls that have been, it has responded to. The chief mentioned 42 today. I'd like to understand the nature and scope of the use of that vehicle and generally speaking, the bomb squad in general. So in part, we can determine whether or not it should continue to exist in its current form or whether there should be policy changes and whether people had the experience with that nature, type, and amount of explosives to make the decisions in the field that were made. As expected, and as you should know, this is not intended to be a full and comprehensive list of every issue. I expect the Office of Inspector General in their independence to take the investigation in the direction it needs to go. Some of these issues may turn out not to be issues and may be closed rather quickly. Others, he may identify others that require more detailed investigation. And as indicated today from the chief, he previously expressed his full cooperation, and he certainly did today as well, Chief. Don't want to put words in your mouth, Chief, but is that correct? Is that a yes?
Oh, I'm trying to work my mute button. Yes, absolutely. Your full cooperation, unencumbered. Absolutely support.
Thank you, Chief. And Mr. Inspector General, what I said was that your understanding of our prior conversations on this and anything you wanted to add on that.
It matches my prior understanding. We're ready to continue the work that we've just started already.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Chief, a few questions based on your comments. You mentioned, and I appreciate you mentioning this 42 prior detonations, I believe, using that vehicle. And you mentioned different communities around the city. Was it used to detonate explosives in residential areas, or were or was the truck used to transport to other areas? Can you just explain that a little bit more?
Yes. So the June 30th event was the 42nd incident since we've acquired it, and it went into service in 2011. Over the course of its lifespan to that date, the 41 previous instances were in various settings all across the city, including residential settings. The practice has been not to move or to minimize the movement of suspected explosive materials because of its volatility. When explosive materials can be moved, we've had many more instances of the removal and disposal of explosive materials through the course of time. The bomb squad responds to hundreds of cases each year, and has safely removed instances of explosive materials repeatedly across the city from residential settings and others. In instances in which their analysis, their investigation at the scene determines that by the nature of the device or the material, that it's unstable to the point where friction, heat, shock, other environmental factors could or increase the risk of a spontaneous detonation, is where the use of the total containment vessel is prescribed. So for instance, the removal of 32,000 pounds, 16 tons of explosive materials, commercial fireworks, was safely accomplished through the use of 3 box trucks and a 50-foot container, that LA fire container trailer. However, I will say that even that posed substantial risks. Fans and other safeguards were put in place to try to minimize the potential exposure of that material going off, as we've seen in other residential settings across the state with these firearm caches that have been gathered for the purpose of illegal sales on the underground market. So their exposure that the officers had, there was evacuations even prior to the discovery of the illegal explosives, these fashioned homemade devices, because of the present danger that the commercial consumer fireworks posed. by the bulk of, and the storage method in which they were exposed to potential detonation.
Thank you, Chief. Turning to the issue that you addressed as well, and I'll broadly put it under the accountability factor. Obviously, there's a lot of concern about accountability, what will happen with respect to the reports. And I realize the ATF report is not necessarily your report to make public, but do you expect that report will be publicly available, or portions of it? Do you have any sense from them?
Oh, yes. First of all, the ATF has pledged that report will be provided to the department without any reservations as far as a clawback or holdback. They'll provide it to us entirely. We will work with the city attorney's office relative to personnel information, much as we do with officer-involved shootings, as to any redaction that needs to occur in regards to what information that report may contain.
And but that goes, of course, to the overall accountability of and transparency that many members of the public have. Can you, leaving aside the ATF report, in terms of the department's own investigation, deliberation of what happened, can you give a broad understanding of what you expect, at least of today, of what could be made available to the public, understanding that there are laws that have to be followed, that the city attorney will opine on in terms of specific personnel matters, yet at the same time, obviously, members of our entire community, want to understand what happened, and will there be any accountability? So I wonder what you can say on that, sir.
Absolutely. So the department intends, and I fully support the full and complete release as allowed by law, and will have no interest in holding back. Information has already been provided. For instance, in yesterday's brief, the details were facts and information gathered from compelled interviews of individuals of administrative investigation. And so we fully intend to provide all information as to the facts and circumstances of what occurred there, to the very limits of what we're allowed to do.
And Chief, with respect to the vehicle has, the truck has been destroyed, and it's my understanding the department does not have another vehicle of that, similar capacity. Is that correct? Or utility?
That's correct. We've made interim steps working with our allied agencies to have such a capability for the safety of Los Angeles should we come across material that does require a detonation or disposal, safe rendering, if you will. However, I want to assure you that this aspect of I do look to provisions that have already been put in place to avoid a recurrence of what happened on June 30th. The use of that vehicle and the amount of material that was introduced into it was in my understanding today clearly an outlier from its previous uses over the course of its history. So that's why the added safeguards of physical weighing of material and recognizing that if when we look at the physical estimation of this, I'll give just how could this have happened? Officers looked at a number of these devices, and the smaller devices identified the contents of the explosive materials at 1/2 of an ounce based on their visual inspection and their experience in life, their experience in training. That's based on an X-ray and photographic and physically looking at it. That actual weight of that, by the ATF's estimation on a physical scale, was 1.37 ounces. The difference there was obviously more than 100%. When you add the hundreds of devices is where you have the severity of the miscalculation. Similarly, they estimated 1.5 ounces on the larger canister device, and there were 44 of those devices. The actual weight by ATF's estimation, these have not been verified independently by ATF in DC or in Virginia, but their preliminary finding was that their estimation was that it was 5 ounces. Again, multiplying that by 44 devices is how you come to a variance from 16.5 pounds to the 42 pounds. There also was an unexplained variance because of what the countercharge estimation was by the bomb squad. So those mistakes or errors in calculations, I believe, all root back to, apparently, by this report today, as we understand it, by ATF identifying the difference between a physical estimation and a physical weight. So the first matter that we changed was to ensure and insist upon the physical weighting, measuring of equipment and the documentation of it.
Thank you, Chief. However, my questioning, and I certainly appreciate that explanation and having the further detail, but where my question really is, as of today, LAPD does not have a truck that, in other words, this event cannot be repeated in any of our communities. Is that correct? Because LAPD first doesn't have a truck, it would be another agency that would have to respond, correct?
Yes.
And if an outside agency is responding, would they be working with LAPD if it were within the city? I want to be sure that there's checks and balances, oversight as we move forward. Should another structure with a lot of explosives is found, say during this summer, I want to be sure that there's checks and balances, not just that LAPD is not responding because they don't have a truck, but that other agencies are being consulted, other experts around the country to ensure that there's the utmost protection for our communities.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues for questions on the Chief's report. Open it up to you. Mr. Soboroff, was that a hand, sir? Or I'm not.
I had a number of questions, President Decker, but you covered all of them. So in addition, that I had a personal briefing about the situation, and so I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you,
Been open and thorough.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Kalanche.
I think Commissioner Briggs was waiting before me. I'll go after.
All right, Commissioner Briggs, sir, then Commissioner Kalanche.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Chief, I just want clarity on one point just raised by Commissioner Decker, which is you indicated the LAPD has no additional, for lack of a better word, bomb containment unit. Is that correct? I know we don't have the same type of truck that was taken to that location on June 13th, but the advice that I've been provided is LAPD has another containment unit that is trailed on a different type of platform to a location if they need to dispose of something. And that's LAPD equipment versus another agency's equipment. Is that not correct?
That's not correct. That vehicle does exist. However, it's not serviceable at this point because of its condition. So it is not in service. It is a device item that was held as a secondary matter, but it's got parts or its capabilities are not been certified, and so it's not in service. It's not available, and I don't have an ETA for it being available. And to the concern expressed by the Commission President, prior to being placed in service, I will speak to the Commission President regarding it.
So, Chief, have you considered in your discussions with others about this incident a moratorium on conducting detonations in residential areas unless there's an articulable basis of an imminent threat of immediate harm to the community and the department personnel until after we receive the ATF report and that the bomb squad undergoes additional training so that the failures that you've identified or mistakes that you've identified are corrected and that they are not repeated?
While I haven't formally discussed or announced it as a moratorium, I do believe the steps that have been taken stress that the decision to not transport material from the location needs to be reconsidered significantly, that we need to physically weigh this material, and we also need to, whenever possible, safely remove it from a location, as we typically do with most explosives. And the rarity of explosive device being moved is when it's being placed in a containment vehicle. And that's because it's believed it can't be moved because of the great potential or significant potential of it, of an unscheduled or unplanned detonation, and that occurring in an area that would jeopardize the vehicle operator and or the surrounding community. I do believe that should an event occur where we have explosive materials that is unstable and cannot be safely moved, that a containment vehicle would be my recommendation or an expectation is that we would move it whenever possible in a total containment vehicle as an added safeguard, that if it couldn't be moved in a container truck, if it couldn't be moved in a box truck, as we did 32,000 pounds of materials, if the next level of threat is, well, this could have an unscheduled or unplanned detonation, then let's put it in a containment vessel. That we have talked with NYPD, we've talked with Philadelphia, that engages in that practice. And so that's the nature of the evolution of this. It's already shifting in that direction. This is 3 weeks into this event, less than 3 weeks into this event. If it happens today, which it could in a city of 4 million, where we have explosives that need to be safely, rendered safe, my expectation overall is that the material is going to be safely removed from a location and taken to a storage facility for detonation, which would not expose a residential area or others to the blast effect. How do we achieve that? 100% would include, in my view today, certainly this enjoys the benefit of retrospect, is that we would utilize a total containment vessel to accomplish that transportation. However, there may be absolute circumstances that such a situation would not be allowed. For instance, improvised explosive devices that have timers, that have motion sensitive, that have matters that are rigged, that would allow for it to be detonated. If you were to try to move it, could require its detonation there. We had that situation, I will tell you, my personal experience, in the San Fernando Valley, where dynamite was stored in a storage container just in the Van Nuys area, and which we could not safely move it, could not contain it in a total containment vessel, and we ultimately set fire to the building in order to safely render that from exploding and destroying the commercial block that this storage of these sticks of dynamite were found. So this is this work is it's both technical and highly sensitive and oftentimes deals with unstable elements. But to your underlying point, we clearly look at what happened in that residential area. And I know, in speaking with some of these personnel that were there, that this was the last of their expectations. We had bomb techs that were within feet of this location, of this structure, of this vessel, believing that their calculations and relying on the confidence in that vehicle, that this would safely detonate. I do not believe, that at this point that that their efforts were purposely reckless. However, I'm also not clear as to how they adhered to our standards and how they met what I've just discussed as to meeting the expectation of coming to the decision that was made there. And I'll withhold my final judgment on accountability of them until the full investigation is done. But I also want to recognize, in fairness to the bomb squad and the circumstances of a difficult environment, that if our protocols have been allowed to exist in a fashion that created or allowed for this type of exercising of judgment, and then of itself set this up for failure, that we have to, as a department, also we have to own that and be willing to change and adapt quickly to this standard so that our people and our communities are safe.
Thank you, Chief. I just have one last question, and it's with this past weekend's protest. I, like you, have seen various social media accounts of the protest and the officers' use of less lethal force in order to disperse some of the crowds. I was sent a clip, however, of what appears, and it's only a clip, and so I look forward, hopefully in the future, to actually seeing the body-worn video from the officer. The clip that I have seen, unfortunately, shows what appears to be the use of less lethal force on a female protester who was doing no more than, I'll say, passive resistance. That's, again, the clip that I've seen is very short, it's very brief. I haven't seen everything contextually. So hopefully at some point, the department will be providing permission, with the full report on these incidents.
Yes, let me just comment on that one, that incident involving a woman, I believe she's adorned in some black clothing, and the use of, there was 2 instances of a beanbag shot being done or deployed. This is a second deployment that struck her in the hand. The initial account of the involved officer and the initial review of body-worn video indicates an individual that was attempting to throw a bottle or projectile that was the intended target, and that this individual that was struck moved into the path, whether purposely or otherwise, when she was struck in the hand, then bent over and left. That is an individual that we're very interested in identifying and in interviewing her involvement in how this occurred, to understand what added information we can to clarify the officer's actions as to, and the rationale and justification or lack thereof.
Thank you, Chief. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kalanche.
Thank you. Chief, so I'm extremely concerned that a specialized unit like the bomb squad would kind of eyeball, the measurement. So I just want to make sure that these specialized units really have very tight protocols. So it's something that's really concerning. Among the list that Commissioner Decker provided, I wanted to add a couple of things. I was able to attend last Monday's community meeting that was held by the Neighborhood Council. And a couple of things that stood out were, one was the council office stating that they weren't aware that these devices were, that the devices were going to be detonated. So I'm wondering if we can take a look at our protocols. I just feel like that was an issue of huge contention, whether LAPD would notify when such a huge undertaking was happening in the community. Just thinking about that, because that was a big issue for the councilman. And then the other issue that stood out was evacuations of the community. And I know that this, the way that the event kind of developed and ended, that wasn't anything that we could have conceived, but I feel that folks were told, like, you can evacuate, but if you don't evacuate, it's okay, right? So I think that adding to Commissioner Decker's list of things to ensure that we look at is evacuation policies. Maybe it's mandatory. I mean, this is such a huge undertaking in a community, and to allow people to stay voluntarily, maybe it's something that we should look at. So those were some of the issues that came up at the community meeting, and obviously just the despair with what happened to people's property and wanting accountability. But I think those are the 2 issues that I would be interested in.
If I might give you some preliminary information on both those items. The council office was notified via deputy council field operative, if you will, when at approximately 10 o'clock that morning relative to the response. I don't differ that whether there could or should have been additional follow-up with the council office when determination that the detonation of some devices would be required at that location, and our review will include that as well. Secondly, the door knocking or if you will, canvassing of that neighborhood of individuals to leave. We'll look to the instance of officers volunteering that that this is a voluntary evacuation or the facts or circumstances. However, I will say that one of the largest challenges we have is that evacuations are often dismissed in the sense of they're ignored or it's people find it inconvenient and through their own rationale. Historically, we have not made physical arrests of these matters, and I don't intend to see that change. I believe that both fire as well as other emergency situations that these mandatory evacuations are just that, they are mandatory. However, to escalate situations and to require a physical arrest, I think is counter to the underlying the balancing act, if you will, of our efforts to safeguard people's lives and property. We do, however, recognize and need to relay to people that if they choose to refuse to leave, that they are not just breaking the law, but they're subject to loss of life or serious injury as a result of this.
And at that point, bringing in other resources that the city has to help LAPD get that message across. This is a very densely populated area, and the potential for something disastrous to happen and loss of life is huge. And I think that taking extra measures to allow people to recognize the criticalness of whatever, you know, the detonation could potentially create. So I think, you know, thinking about protocols for how to notify the community and how to deal with evacuations. Thank you for clarifying on the council office. It was just really interesting to hear that they were so adamant about not being notified. And I think that just needs to be cleared up because this is what they're telling the community. And if it's not so, I think it's very important that the community know that the council office wasn't notified and that it's part of the protocol.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did you conclude your questions? Yes, very good. Any further? Commissioner Bonner, sir.
Yes, thank you. I had just a few questions for the chief, if I could, and recognizing that a lot of these details and things are still under review, but that's partially the subject of these questions. So just to finish on the point of the community impact and also the level of support that's being provided to the community. You know, one of the concerns, because there has been, you know, significant, in addition to the trauma, but the disruption to people's homes and businesses and so on. And one of the questions also really is about, you know, the level and quality of support that's being provided. And you know, there would be questions about whether it's the same level of support that would be provided in an affluent community and so on. And of course, you know, hopefully we'll never know the real answer to that question because we would not like to see something like this happen, you know, in any community again. But the question I suppose there is, how could, since there's a number of different individuals, entities, parts of the city that are involved, the mayor's office, the council's office, presumably the department, how would we get that the community response and support also, how would we get that to be the subject of some appropriate after action review? I mean, it's ongoing as we sit here today, of course, but I don't know how best to do that. And so, you know, whether you have a view now, that's great, but I just ask you to think about it, at least if you don't have an answer now, I'd ask you to think about it and perhaps make a recommendation as to how and when we could have that be the subject of some review as well.
Okay, well, let me first say that as Commissioner Kalanchi attended the meeting last Monday, I actually monitored it remotely as well. It was on a social media platform being broadcasted. I was out of town, I could not attend, otherwise I would have been there. The city attorney's office and the claims office and the city clerk's office are processing, I believe, more than 200 applications. This is on the top of mind of Mayor Garcetti and his staff, Mayor Crisis Response Team, as well as the CLA, Ms. Sharon So, on behalf of Councilmember Price, as well as other council members, that the city family, building and safety, all entities come together and support these families, these businesses, everyone that's been impacted to restore this community to restore the lives that have been impacted by this terrible accident. That includes recognizing that there are some who do not have the financial means in which to if you will, make repairs or restore their lives and then bring receipts to the city. So what are the question of the city and its as we move forward is to find the ability to ensure these repairs are made and that we front the funding necessary for people to get back to some sense of normalcy in their life. The department, myself, and Chief Labrada from Central Bureau, we are paying close attention to this, and we're, if we will, asking the mayor's office as well as the CAO and the city attorney's office to work aggressively as we have on the COVID pandemic. I think the city has, in the pandemic, demonstrated in its investment in communities during public health emergencies, its willingness, particularly those areas that are most socially and economically impacted, and it can ill afford the losses that this pandemic's brought about. And I expect the same here. I would recommend is that what we have a report that would be moving to the city council through the commission on a basis of a council request. And I'll ask that our personnel, our report include information on the recovery aspect that is generally overseen by emergency management department to coordinate the city entities that are responsible for this, but we'll include that information as well.
I appreciate that. And also just to the broader point of, you mentioned it really is a response that's being supported by the city family, if you will. And so I'm not really sure whether that's the mayor or whomever would make this request, but I am just noting that I think at some appropriate time, there should be some assessment really as to how the entire operation has been handled with the community as well. So that doesn't strike me as something that's squarely within the LAPD's purview, but I'm just getting it into the conversation, for that purpose. Second question relates to some of the early media reports and conversation just immediately following the explosion. A lot of the, or not a lot of, but all of the early messaging that I was aware of was emphasizing almost from the inception that all appropriate protocols had been followed. And my question is, one, if you're reflecting on that now, now that we know that there's at least the evidence is suggesting that there was significant human error, just wanted you to comment on whether that one, if that changes that assessment. Whether I don't know that in my mind I'm clear as to how separate protocols versus you may have followed all the protocols and still made a human error. I suppose that's possible, but I'm asking you to reflect on that, number one. And then also just on the broader point in terms of the department's response to these things, whether there's any chance that it was maybe a little precipitous or early to come forward with that assessment without some of the information coming in.
Well, that is the challenge in communicating in a crisis, the information that you have to provide perspective, details when possible, with the caveat that these are preliminary information. This is based on what I know today that is likely to change. I will say as much as even yesterday's press conference that announced details that are in a written report by ATF that has not been fully vetted or verified independently by experts as part of the ATF formal review process, that you take the chance of a criticism of saying, well, ATF misstated. Their calculations are in error, that it wasn't such a gross difference. What I drove from evaluating their report was based on the stark difference between a physical estimation versus a weighting, physical weighting, that there was enough there for us to talk about a protocol that needed to change and something that likely, in my view, was the cause for this failure. On the night of the event, seeing such a catastrophic failure is how could this have occurred? And in the face of that calamity, hearing from ground personnel, technicians, those responsible for the operation, and their assurances or their points of information that I believe was was truthful based on their understanding at the time, I believe the public deserved to hear that information. And at the same time, the caveat is that this is not acceptable, and we'll get to the bottom of what happened. It's not meant to, it wasn't meant to remove any responsibility or to suggest that nothing was done wrong. But certainly it was to suggest that what occurred was entirely unexpected, given the established safe protocols previously, what's believed to be safe protocols and the handling of such a dangerous situation, and our history in regards to successfully seeing these outcomes. So the 42nd incident over the past decade is only part of the hundreds of instances in which explosives have been rendered safe or safely removed from a location. So to see such a failure, it was I think the public has a right to know what we think at that time, but also the assurance is that we're willing to, and we will, as we move forward, let the facts drive this investigation.
I appreciate that. I had a couple questions about, I wouldn't say just the investigation. It sounds to me that there's multiple investigations that will be going on, if I'm understanding, including from this morning's discussion, that you have one basket of essentially after action review type investigations focused on the incident itself. You have, I presume, the investigations around the prosecution of the suspect that had the illegal firearms. I'm not sure where that stands, but I assume that's a second basket. And then the third is, as I understand it, is the either pending or potential personnel complaint involving the officer that may have made the error. And one question is that correct, that there's at least a couple different categories of investigations? And if that's accurate, when you think about the implication of the various investigations going on simultaneously, there was a conversation earlier today about the importance of getting as much information out to the public, as possible. So the question is, with number of simultaneous investigations going on, just what's your general assessment as to whether that will, limit the ability to provide, detailed information? In other words, do you have to let it all play out before you're in a position of saying anything, definitive on the record, for fear of impacting the outcome of a personnel complaint or somebody's trial or something of that nature? Or do you envision in 30 to 60 days, when these other reports come out, that we'll be disclosing as much detail as possible as to what they conclude?
So to your first question, you generally surmise the number of investigations but I would identify, you have the ATF investigation, you have the department's administrative investigation, both of the facts and circumstances of what occurred during this incident, as well as a top to bottom review and a bottom up review as to practices within the bomb squad and operating practices by other agencies across the country, and a reflection of what the national standards are, whether it be by ATF. And then also we've invited the FBI to come in and conduct their review and analysis. So there's three there. And then we have the Inspector General's office and their investigation, which I will, I would expect to take longer, and it will be probably looking at everything, the entire universe of investigations. But my last investigation will be the personnel investigation, which will involve the conduct of everyone involved in this. It will not just be a single individual. This is a multi-layered event. There are initial responsibilities of the technician or technicians, as well as a safety officer. And then the details of this will be responsibilities of oversight, and what level of that oversight is protocols. The level of oversight that we've implemented since then by the commanding officer, who's been recently assigned there within the last weeks, or 2 or 3 weeks, I believe. Actually, his arrival there was just prior to this event. I would say it that way. I think he's been there for maybe a month, which offers me a fresh set of eyes also, is what were the expectations of commanding officers, of incident commanders, who rely upon the technical expertise of bomb technicians and others in these complex situations. So I do look to that full analysis based on as much information as possible. But to the public, I believe that the ATF report and as this investigation unfolds, that updating the public is warranted and should occur as possible.
Well, on the last, just a couple of things working backwards on that last point. Again, I think as you think through this more and we all get more clear exactly on the number and scope of the various investigations, I would appreciate being clear as to what expectation is being set as to that information available. I'm thinking again, whether you're somebody defending the suspect or whether you're somebody representing the officer involved, you're probably going to have a lot of concerns about information that may be very material to the outcome of those investigations being released before the personnel and other investigations are complete. So to me, it's just what I may stated more simply. I think what we're trying to avoid, or what I'd like to try to avoid, is a lockdown on information, owing to the pendency of these other investigations. That's what I'm saying. That I think we should work as hard as we can to avoid. While protecting, the rights and of everybody involved. And then on the one of the points you made about the investigation, kind of looking up through that, I understand it'll take some time to work through that. But can you at least kind of talk about both your personal philosophy, but also what commanders or in command staff and others are taught or trained as to accountability through the chain of command? In other words, you're always at risk of an individual person making a mistake, under a complicated set of circumstances. But can you just speak a little bit about? I think you answered part of the question that there's a lot of actions and individuals who will be the subject of the review. But I'm just comment briefly, if you could, on in particular, there are people probably who were not unseen, including yourself and others, who at some level, I would expect to bear some measure of responsibility. So just give us a broad, comment as to whether how that's thought of in your mind, but also in the department.
So the organization bases its decision-making at the senior officer level at the scene. We believe that each individual, the department operations are best conducted when you have incident commanders, whether that's a senior officer or a first line supervisor or a commander staff officer, that is the incident commander, and that is understanding the objectives, the principles of operations, strategies, the tactics, and then has an information stream, feedback loop that details the course of action and what's achieved, unexpected outcomes, whether the desired results are actually being pursued and achieved. Do you have the resources that you need? Are you following protocols for the safety of all personnel? Are you protecting the criminal investigation as necessary? Interest of the community and the safety of the community, mitigation of damage and potential risks to the community. Those are all the responsibilities that go into a management of this event, of any event, whether it be a radio call of the initial call or what this escalated into. The organization then escalates, if you will, the level of personnel on the scene charged with making those decisions based on the severity of the event. And so that we don't have command and staff officers at every radio call. And at the same time, in complex and significant events, we expect higher levels of supervision, as in this case occurred, that to arrive and oversee. There is then the general management principles of what we're trying to accomplish, the safety plan for the disposal of these explosives, the decision of safety of the evacuation and the care and feeding, if you will, of those that are evacuated, the criminal investigation, how that will be pursued, the communication, the understanding of the chain of command. So the organization is briefed, as well as elected officials and those that have stakeholders that have a legitimate interest in information as it develops. This incident management system it's based on a national model. We do train our entire organization on it. It was one of the shortfalls that we saw a year ago that we've invested significantly over this last year with our command officers, particularly in what and how that system should work and how that works in practice. On this event, we'll look at the established protocols for the disposal of explosive materials and what those that are and what the level of review is. What's already been increased is the level of review explicitly that you will that a commanding officer will be on scene, and then a commanding officer will, on a disposal decision, to ask those more detailed and structured questions to challenge, if you will, the assertions. Ultimately, this entire event is my responsibility as the chief of police, and I take that seriously. I did the moment this occurred in the minutes that I was notified in its aftermath. I had monitored it earlier in the day as it began to unfold, and the initial report where officers on scene believed they had 3,000 to 5,000 pounds of materials, and the bomb squad was there. And I and the chain of command had received briefings periodically about the plan forward, including the evacuation, not details as to the exact number of houses and so forth, but that safety plan was in place. Evacuation was put in place. We're going to remove materials. The effort was to remove the commercial materials, and then ultimately that there was devices there that would have to be and require the disposal utilizing the total containment vessel. The mechanics of how those processes work are not known to the chief of police, or I would expect an assistant chief or deputy chief. What's our responsibility is challenging through the chain of command that what are the protocols and are we satisfied that they make sense to us. Some of this is highly technical. Other parts of it are you have to be pragmatic and challenge if you feel there's a gap in the protocols or this is a circumstance that doesn't fit well within what's previously been seen or observed. And that really is why we look to and hold the incident commander responsible. If he or she feels that they're incapable or that they're not in a position to make that decision, then they can ask for additional resources, ask for additional experts, additional individuals to step into that conversation, as can individuals in the chain of command, should they receive briefings that they're unsatisfied, that the person that has been charged with this has it sufficiently under control or would not benefit by some added resources. And we make those injects, if you will, regularly in department operations and day-to-day operations. However, at the end of the day, we do need to allow and support incident commanders at local levels to work these scenes and these situations and not attempt to micromanage or manage too aggressively with information that we don't have a personal perspective on. Because I think that's where you see, and I've seen this model, I've studied it as we study it in policing, where it's centralized. The example is Great Britain and Scotland. And it's every decision is made from a central headquarters. And it can have terrible outcomes because the information, it's garbled, it's unclear, it's filtered, and people are making decisions that don't have a full understanding of the situation. Versus here in Los Angeles and in American policing, which generally look to the incident management system, that the local individual at the local level is in the best position to make decisions going forward, but also shares in responsibility. Lastly, as a chief, as a chief of this organization, this was an accident that I'm greatly concerned about. Should not have occurred. I'm not aware of a loss of a containment vessel in this country, and to the extent that this one failed and its impact on the community, it is personally it's devastating to have seen this, and I'm fully committed to ensuring that it not just never happens again, but we understand how it happened. Because if it happened in this instance, then what other potential failures might exist in this bomb squad? I'm very aware of this, how dangerous this work is, and in 1984, 2 bomb technicians were killed in the line of duty attempting to disassemble improvised explosive in a North Hollywood garage. And they had Arlie McCree and Detective Williams, and they both had the best intentions, which were to pursue, by saving the forensic evidence, pursue the criminal prosecution of the bomb maker. And they lost their life disassembling that bomb. It forever changed the way LAPD handled the scene of an improvised explosive. And I believe this will as well.
Well, I appreciate that. And just to move along, I would say that, of course, we can't, none of us can predetermine how any of the investigations will play out. I just say that I think it'll probably be difficult for all of us, but certainly just speaking for myself, to be convinced that, given the nature and scale of the incident, that it all comes down to, one miscalculation, made by one individual on scene. Again, none of us can predetermine. I'm just saying that I think this line of inquiry needs to be prominent in our discussions as well going forward. Two other last quick questions, and I know we're running out of time here. One, just to clarify, one of Commissioner Decker's questions about the redundancy, and the availability of, if something were to happen tomorrow on this lines, just keeping it very simple. The question, as I was understood it before, what I understood the case was that there was another one of these containment vehicles that was being made available to the department by another agency. Therefore, if something happens, the department would respond using another agency's equipment. That's different from another agency would respond and handle the situation. So I'm just wanting to make sure we're crystal clear on really which of the situations we have.
So the response by the FBI of their total containment vessel to a location would involve their technicians as well as ours. It'd be a unified command so that we are not operating independently with borrowed equipment from another agency. To the concern of that, prior to the added refresher training as to how these vessels work and how their calculations are made, that training is scheduled for the entire bomb squad the first week of August by the ATF. I do look to restore this department's capabilities in this area. It's critical to our operational capabilities in this, and I believe it can be made.
Appreciate that. And one quick question about the protest, just switching gears. So I learned something, or at least some new potential fact this morning, that the idea that the woman who was struck by the less lethal, the beanbag, may not have been the target. If I understood this, did I understand you to say that there may have been an individual throwing a bottle or something, and this person stepped in front of? If I understood that, one, I think my broader question really is, how will the investigation really? How will we sort the facts out? So generally speaking, you're using less lethal or beanbag, and if I'm understanding correctly, if the person's not hospitalized or seriously injured, it's not a full-on categorical use of force investigation. So I don't know the situation here, and I don't think we know, since we don't know who this individual was. She could be in the hospital as we speak, or who knows what that situation is. But just trying to understand what will the nature of this investigation be, and what should we expect in that regard?
So currently, it's one of the protocols that's being challenged or evaluated in the after action report. The use of a beanbag or other less lethal device in a crowd control situation is traditionally handled by documenting that use and with the involved supervisor doing a low, what I will state as a low level review, absent a complaint or absent an observation that it was clearly that it's outside the bounds of reasonableness. We look to the squad supervisor to evaluate, because of their presence there, the necessity, the justification for the use of a baton, the use of a 40 millimeter or a beanbag. In this instance, as well as other instances involving the events from last summer, many of them, all of them, involved a complaint investigation, which resulted in a much further review. Some of them, as you referenced, became categoricals. Others became full complaint investigations that looked into the capturing of body-worn video, other video evidence, statements, accounts, physical evidence to determine and come to determination of whether the allegation of excessive or unreasonable force there's evidence to support that it did occur, or that the officer was acted reasonably in response to the to the circumstances that were presented. In this instance, we have followed that with Central Bureau and the involved area, as well as Metropolitan Division and Chief Marino from Office of Special Operations, because this involved Metropolitan officers as well as officers from the Central Bureau, are reviewing the relevant and associated body-worn video, in addition to seeing what's been published. And now, where we are today is what I've given is their personal review of this information, as that, however, it is incomplete. But I think that it's necessary to provide some context of this, because there are others that are essentially shopping clips and snippets in order to present their narrative. For example, there is a clip of officers running down a street and firing in an instance, firing a less lethal device, the Metropolitan officer. It's been suggested that they're chasing individuals. Our initial review of that, including body worn, has individuals, protesters that are coming towards them and have projectiles. So the officers are not chasing, if you will, but they're attempting to block and separate two opposing groups that are violent. And in the midst of that, face an assault of a projectile being thrown, and in response to that, fires or uses a 40 millimeter. So now this is early. This is 72 hours into this, and so there is, to your earlier point, to come out and talk about this right now, and yet you find the circumstances for further investigation may differ. Well, the challenge with this is that we have people who are taking information selectively for their own purposes, as the department could, and I recognize, but they're creating public outcry and concerns and undermining the trust in this organization. And I think that it's appropriate at this juncture that we start providing information earlier about these circumstances, as imperfect as it is, because there are efforts by some of these groups that are more extremist to absolutely undermine any faith or confidence in this organization is operating with any semblance of reasonableness. And I take strong exception to that.
I appreciate that. And just to close it off, my interest, as we sit here today, really is to also get some understanding of kind of the nature of the how that'll play out, namely with the trying to get a better understanding of whether it's something that we would expect to come before the commission at some point. That's if it were a categorical investigation, we don't know if it will be at this point, but there's still just a lot of questions based on what's preliminary. So if you could maybe have somebody call me at some point over the next several days, I'm saying on the issue of what's the path of the investigation. If we know now, maybe you can clarify it if I'm missing something, but if I heard you that there may be a couple of other parts of the department kind of involved in that preliminary assessment, whenever there's clarity as to the nature of the investigation, that's really what I'm seeing.
But I'm sorry, my apologies. I'm not being clear. Let me be clear. There is no categorical investigation at this point involving any activities
okay,
from July 15th. There is a complaint investigation involving allegations of unnecessary excessive force involving protests from that incident. That complaint investigation will be fully investigated, the results of which will determine whether evidence exists that the officers acted appropriately or not. That information, as a matter of policy, would not come before the commission. It would be a matter under my jurisdiction. The Office of the Inspector General, as an arm of the commission, has full access to oversee the progress of our work and any determination that I ultimately make on that.
Right, and I think what I was unclear on was, if I understood, was that you were not really sure of, what is the fate of the woman who was shot. And if that were the case, that's where I was suggesting that, you may find the media was reporting that she was shot in the stomach. I know you said today that she was shot in the hand. And again, I'm not trying to get into the investigation. I'm focused on, if it's uncertain as to what the impact was, that's where I'm wondering, how can we already say that it's not going to be a categorical if we don't yet know whether or not it required any hospitalization or there was any more serious impact. That was really the uncertainty that I had.
All right. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you all. Madam Secretary, let's turn to public comment and begin with the first person in queue. Thank you.
Okay, our first speaker is Sarah Lauren, followed by caller ending 3146.
All right, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right, good morning, Chief. Yeah, well, yes, so I did a little bit of research on the numbers. And then, so I find out that Chicago, city of Chicago, they have 1.3 million less population, but they have 3,000 more officers. And then city of New York, they are double the population of Los Angeles, and their officer numbers are more than tripled than the Los Angeles officers. How does this number make sense? So I always believe it is my wrong understanding. I always believe right now we are good when we defund, and then we're gonna have a lot of issue. So right now I understand without any defund, we are already thousands of officers short. We cannot even match the Chicago level. We cannot even match the New York level. So, well, that's just something I just recently learned. Second of all, I want to talk about is that I have a deep concern about the what the Chief Moore said. Chief Moore said regarding the incidents, rioter, looter taking the officer baton, taking the officer's weapon. Well, like I mentioned last year, that's exactly what will happen. So right now they are trying to take your baton. What will happen after several years? They will take your gun. What will happen next year? They will shoot you. So that's exactly when the officer back up, the rioter looters will stand up. Those rioter looter, they will never do this in Texas. They will never do this in Florida. Why? Because those that are tough law enforcement, because LAPD is just too soft for that. Why during the last year, looter and rioter, why there are nobody taking the gun from the, what's that called, National Guard? Why nobody touches the National Guard? Why everybody throws stones to the police officer? Because there's no consequence for those violent thugs. Because they're so soft. Because there's, I have no words for that. Last thing is that I just really concerned about the current temperature of the law enforcement. Why every time when the officer arrests a black one, there's automatically racist? Why there's somebody, a black one was being charged, convicted, sent to prison, it's automatically Black Lives Matter issue? Why there's automatic racist issue when black commit a crime? So that's just the temperature I'm seeing right now. I'm really deeply concerned about the safety and about the law enforcement, about the neighborhood. And then last thing is that during the Gold Line incident, that those are the people who asked me to go back to China, even though I'm from Indonesia. And then, yes, I respect your opinion. I will go back to wherever I want as soon as you go back to Africa. That's what we call fair deal.
Speaker, please. Next speaker.
Next speaker is caller ending 3146, followed by T. Caller ending 3146, you're on.
Am I unmuted?
Hi, yes.
I'm
What
sorry.
items would you like to speak on?
Yes, Chief's report, public input, and many of the items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Great. I got to start with 3 weeks ago. They had shot the guy, Rosanowski, with a knife. And I was commenting that the officer, Pressler, 3 officer, was screaming. He was also talking about how it was going to be suicide with a cop. And but he was giving his instruction to his partner about de-escalation and didn't de-escalate. So I watched the video more, and actually Rosanowski was charging the officer. This was a little hard. So I thought about, well, how do we change this? Like with Daniel Hernandez, with Tony McBride, this one, or with Grosario Mack, they were waiting on less lethal, and it wasn't there. So there has to be a way. This is where the chief earns a little bit of money, because he hasn't thought past this one. Neither did Charlie Beck. Neither did the madman president. You have to take care of that problem, because I'm into saving lives. Let's talk about today a little bit. The North Hollywood Advisory Board's like a joke, right? even the state lawsuit for lethal force wouldn't budge on changing how the police can murder. So now the state is going to examine every shooting, right? Changes on qualified immunity. You got yourselves into this problem. The 2020 Safe Neighborhoods Gun and Gang Crime, Special Order 40, that's what you support. That's what killed Jamil Shaw. That's what killed Oakland Council city members, a drummer's son, was your sanctuary city law. It's not even in the Constitution. It all allows murder. You guys are sick and disgusting. To all the people that support Special Order 40, that's you killed them. Everybody that died from that, that's you. How about the cams? Does the Inspector General have a cam? How about the president? See, everybody in government needs a cam. So Bonner's like, oh yeah, we'll take that Bob on a phone call. Where is Bonner's cam? So we know what Bonner says all day long. That's what we need a cam for, right? So this qualified immunity problem, you could have avoided this. You see, I'm told from the basics that police is trying to change, but it's a few murders too late, a day late, dollar short, and several empty bullets. If things could change, see, I'm trying to get these people with knives not shot. See, you can't get the chief to change that. How about the LAPD working with Israel? You know that's against church and state. You see, they say follow the money, but then the Pentagon can't tell us where they spent the money. What you're doing with that is against the Constitution. Revolving training. Well, I mean, are you ever going to have 5 years of training?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T followed by Machos Padain.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, I want to say power and strength to all the families impacted by police violence. This board is a disgrace. Michael Moore needs to go, and this department needs to be disbanded and abolished. There needs to be compensation for the families impacted by the explosion in South LA. Chief Moore even described it as catastrophic himself. Catastrophic. The negligence and the violence is dumbfounded here. I'm beside myself. Day in and day out, y'all are committing violence and murder on our streets and wonder why the community has no faith in y'all. I mean, y'all just a disgrace. We need to assure that these families that have been impacted by this blast have come.
Okay, it looks like we
I
lost
I
T.
think we lost, yeah. If T signs in again, let's give T a minute 40. A minute 45 that's left, okay? But let's go to the next speaker for now.
Oh, I see T logged on. Let me bring her up. T, are you there?
I'm here. I don't know what y'all did, but I was signed in. I didn't touch a thing on my phone. So I don't know what y'all are doing. We know how Zoom works. And the fact that I would like my time to be started over. I have not been called in weeks. And some of us have not been called in months. So 2 weeks ago, we haven't had a commission meeting 2 weeks because y'all conveniently canceled it. The day before the explosion happened, Michael Moore was talking about illegal fireworks and asking for more money for the department. The very next day, the explosion happened in South LA. That would never happen in Beverly Hills in a white community. That would never happen. We want compensation for these communities. And then y'all killed a man in Hollywood. And then I don't know if y'all planted some fake looking what you called what could have been an alleged gun. It looked more like a lighter and a knife. You don't know how to de-escalate. This cannot be reformed. Y'all don't need any more money. You don't need any more training. This needs to be abolished. You need to be abolished. The gross negligence and incompetence is incredible. I want to speak on God. Y'all need to I want to speak on item 4A for Daniel Hernandez. On August 14th, 2020, LAPD murdered Daniel Hernandez by tasing and lying him on in prone, hobbled, applying pressure to his.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Montrose Cadane, followed by Betty Lay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm going to start with the chief's report. Chief Moore, you're an absolute liar. You're unbearably incompetent. It's costing Black and brown lives, and you need to resign. Okay. You lied about that woman being hit in the hand with a projectile. I'm glad Bonner even called you out on it. You're lying about this bombing in South Central, in that South Central neighborhood as well. And I don't understand the justification, the fact that you can say we've done this 41 times before in a residential neighborhood. You think that somehow makes it okay? I don't know that that's true, but even if it is, we shouldn't be setting off bombs in residential neighborhoods. And it's so telling that you were too busy and out of town that you couldn't show up to that community forum, because we know you try to hide from accountability. Black Lives Matter was there. We showed up. We listened to folks. We heard from community members. We know that you didn't alert community members that you were going to set off this bomb, even though your officers lied and said they knocked on every door within 300 yards. We heard directly from community members who were at home within 300 yards of the blast that said, no, we weren't notified. We weren't told. What else? Your proposal to hold LAPD officers who don't wear masks accountable, that's a sham. We see what accountability looks like for the LAPD. We've seen how you held the officer that shared the George Floyd Valentine held accountable, even though you said that if anybody was found to be sharing that Valentine, they'd see your wrath. There is no wrath. There are no consequences for the LAPD when they investigate themselves. And lastly, these protests, after 3 outside reports that show that you handled last year's uprisings poorly, after a detailed after-action implementation report asking for more resources, saying, we're going to be better. We need more money. We see the Echo Park uprising, where you brutalized protesters there. We see most recently at the Wee Spa, where you shot people with non-lethals at point blank range, broke hands with batons. Nothing has changed. There is no reforming this broken system. We need to abolish it. We need to defund it. Take those resources. Give it to the folks you bombed in South Central immediately. Stop these 45-minute time limits. Oh, I'm going to address the commission really quickly. These last 2 meeting cancellations have been absurd. I don't want to hear any rationalizations about the 4th of July being one of them. When your city is on fire, you don't take a fucking holiday. Excuse my language. You don't skip another meeting. I don't understand how, particularly you commissioners of color, Briggs, Bonner, Kalanche, how you can stand there and just watch as we're being brutalized, how you can allow this level of ineptitude to fly by. It's clear that you allowing more to occupy this space is killing us. You need to hold him accountable, call for his resignation, even if it's performative, because I don't think you sincerely want what's best for us. But even if it's performative, it's in your best interest to get him out of there. So do so. Matios, Black Lives Matter. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Zach Sherwin.
Okay, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on Chief's report, public comment, and agenda items HIJK.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, well, first off, we need to start with some positive remarks that I not only support Chief Moore, I support LAPD. I pray that they all stay healthy and safe. On agenda items HIJK, I support each one of them. And for public comment, yes, crime is up. LAPD needs to be refunded. City Council Public Safety Committee needs to admit they've made a mistake and take responsibility. And another item, with all these CPAB presentations, I think it's great. I appreciate the opportunity that everyone is getting to speak. Some of them need to understand that CPAB is an advisory board. By opening it up to everybody, turns it into a town hall meeting and a neighborhood watch meeting. That's not what CPAB does. They advise the CO. With that, I'm going to go ahead and yield my time and appreciate LAPD. Stay healthy, stay safe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hi, I'd like to speak to all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, so where to begin? You know, I think part of what I want to start with saying is that there's so much to respond to that's going on with this out of control Buckwild Police Department. And you haven't had a meeting since June, and so much has happened since then. And you just like inundate the listener with almost 2 hours of Chief's report and your questions, and letting Chief Moore just pontificate with this like fire hose of bureaucratic drivel. You know, and then there's 45 scant minutes allotted for the community to speak to you. You canceled the meeting after July 4th. Like, you know, the fact that you are like dispositionally incapable of having the personal strength and constitution to have a meeting the Tuesday after a long weekend, which by the way, isn't how it works for anybody else in the working world, that you get a vacation from vacation. But the fact that you didn't have that meeting, maybe make a special case, an exception to a usual policy of taking the day after a long weekend to recover and rehydrate and really come back strong the next week. Okay, that's one thing. It's your standard practice, shameful, cowardly, and derelict of your duties though it may be. But then to cancel the following week when your city is, as a previous caller said, literally burning. You know, I can't say I'm surprised at this point, but I still think it's worth pointing the finger at you and saying, shame on you, commissioners, and that I hold you in contempt for the way you do the job that you're supposed to be doing. But not as much contempt as I hold Chief Moore in. Chief Moore, it must be reassuring to fuck up as repeatedly and as big as you do, and just sort of know that you're gonna get to come before this commission and look contrite and make up big words as you stammer your way through these speeches in these press conferences before the meeting, the media, and know that it's just gonna be okay. You're like an animal that, you know, poops on the rug or whatever and doesn't get disciplined in a meaningful way and takes the lesson from it, that there's not going to be a consequence for it. And unfortunately, you're right. But the tragedy of it is that the job that you are responsible for is being in charge of this instrument of state-sanctioned violence that applies itself so disproportionately to Black people and brown people and poor people. You do not deserve to be in your job for a million reasons. And this fireworks debacle, commissioners, what are you doing? Get this man out of his job. He is a buffoon. You know, my time is expiring. I have so much more that I'd like to say. If we were meeting in person, perhaps I could shoehorn it in with future comment cards. Make the families whole in South LA. Fire Chief Moore. I hold you in contempt.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by Jason R.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 3.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'd like to start off by saying on the chief's report, he gave a narrative of what happened on July 3rd at the Wee Wee Spa. And I want to make some corrections because I think he does not give a transparent and truthful account. Now, I was there on a neutral corner, not part of the protest, so I'm able to speak from personal observation. and then from many of the video clips, which I had a chance to review after the incident. Now, as I understand it, the LAPD is supposed to protect and serve constitutional policing, facilitate peaceful protests, and keep people safe. There was knowledge that there was going to be a protest there based on a nationwide story regarding what the chief called a transgender person. Now, I'm not really concerned about that issue per se, but how do you know the person was transgender? Is that not an assumption? The person went to the ladies section of the spa and has male genitalia and a beard. And so, and it's been reported through people who I think know from the inside that this person was not on the appointment list. An investigation needs to be done about that incident in itself. Now, I've never been in that spa, but there are women who go in there with underage daughters in the female section, and I think their rights need to be protected. There was a woman that complained about it, a patron, and so let's start off with that. And let's get back to what actually happened. There were people who were not extremists, they were Christians. They were there to protest what they believe was young women, underage girls, being exposed to something they should not be exposed to. Regardless, they have a right to be there and peacefully protest. To throw in the Proud Boys and some kind of distraction, okay? What I saw was Antifa there, and they were at one point on the opposite side of the street, and then they were on all sides of the street, and you didn't see any LAPD. You saw originally 2 black and white SUVs there, and they left the area. Okay, those people who were there peacefully protesting were left to be attacked and beaten. There were crimes committed. There was attempted robbery, assault with a deadly weapon, violation of civil rights of the peaceful protesters who actually were, from what I saw on the videos, and you can see it yourself, Christian. They were non-violent. Okay, how many arrests were made that day on that incident? None, no arrests. Now, from what I understand, the captain of Rampart Division, that's where it happened, requested 20 officers and a supervisor to be able to deal with that scene that we knew was going to happen, something, and it was denied. Let's do an investigation on that. Antifa announced that we're going to mobilize on Thursday. That's a few days before. Now, if you don't know what Antifa is, I recommend you read the book Unmasked by Andy No. That's NGO. Read the book, find out what's really going on, and let's be truthful and transparent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jason R., followed by Ted Trubinsky.
Hello?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So I'll start by saying that Chief Moore needs to be fired. He has shown time and time again that he isn't interested in keeping his officers or this department accountable. He is just as responsible for this attack on the South Central neighborhood as the officers on the ground. And this latest fuck up should be his last. You've heard many of us detail his long list of failures, but enough is enough. He deserves to be fired. Also, every time you make a public appearance, Mike, I'm gonna make it my mission to find you. I'll remind this commission, since y'all been on vacation, that the LAPD did nothing to address the victimization of this particular neighborhood in an act of reckless endangerment that would never happen in a more affluent or colorless zip code. You need to make this community whole, find the money in your $3 billion budget to pay for whatever resources are needed to these affected community members. And you can start by firing the officers involved and allocating the money in your budget meant for their salary to this fucking community. All right, so hollow apologies made for the media to make sure you can slither your way out of this will not suffice. More training won't make this, won't fix this broken system. It'll just fund what doesn't work. Also, want to say that if it wasn't obvious, that Musty Mike doesn't care about public safety in any way. He stated that officers not wearing a mask during the pandemic is non-disciplinary. I'm wondering how many of these maskless cops have continued to terrorize the 27th and San Pedro community. You've traumatized these people, left them without homes, comfort, or peace of mind, and now your department is looking to infect them with COVID. Good job, Chief Moore. I also want to say your department shot and killed an unhoused man at Hollywood and Highland last week. We demand the body-worn video be released immediately, as you had no issue releasing 4 photos from that scene. In those photos, we see that you murdered a man that had a knife, not a replica gun, as your department reported. In addition, it appears that your officers put the public at risk yet again by firing into a McDonald's with no warning. I attended the March for Melly this past Sunday, and that was a sobering reminder of how your department operates with no regard for human life. Melly Corrado was murdered by your officers as they fired into a Trader Joe's. And the fact that these officers remain on the force gives a green light to other officers to continue to put the public at risk. And that is evident by this latest shooting. And then lastly, I'll remind you that during Pride Month, this department released a statement saying that they were quote unquote allies of the LGBT community. So why did your officers chase down protesters standing with their trans siblings and fire less lethals at them this weekend? You know, the same protesters who posed no harm to anyone. In fact, one of your officers tore up a pride flag. Why was that the case? The LAPD was looking to inflict harm and maim, injure protesters who are real allies of that community. Actions speak louder than words. And then finally, to this commission, you are a bunch of fucking cowards. Why did you cancel last week's meeting? You are pathetic. Each one of you is a mouthpiece for the LAPD. You aren't our voice in police affairs. We are, and you are the voice of the LAPD, the LAPPL, and all the fucking Smurf platoons that call into here. Fuck each and every single one of you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ted Trubinsky, followed by Manar Jarban.
Hi, all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Great. In regards to the July 15th shooting, Chief Moore, you say officers were responding to a man with a gun. Who made that call? Of course, there was no gun, just a lighter and an edge weapon, and eventually a corpse of another victim of LAPD's shoot first, ask questions second policy. Obviously, but the perception of danger was way higher than the potential for danger until LAPD showed up on the scene. With the Attorney General reviewing this incident as the victim was unarmed, does that mean that this commission will not review this use of force? Beyond that, what is this commission doing immediately to stop the repeated shooting of people going through some sort of mental health crisis being shot by the LAPD in my neighborhood, Hollywood? Because I think if any of you commissioners were seeing this man walking around Hollywood Boulevard with a lighter, you would say this person is unwell and needs resources. The fact that he wound up dead and that another community member was struck by a stray bullet makes me say, Chief Moore, I want you to resign. On July 8th, there was another incident in Hollywood where an unhoused Black man was shot in the chest with a less than lethal beanbag round, which sent him to the hospital. He had an edged weapon. Someone called the police because he was arguing with someone else in the street. This street has had tents for well before the pandemic, and the property that it's adjacent to has 5 active security guards around the clock. Does it make sense that the department is using the resources to come brutalize this man as he's having an argument in his own home, as he's experiencing houselessness? As far as the bomb squad incident on June 30th, obviously it wasn't in policy. These officers need disciplining, and hopefully this unit, we see something happen. I don't think more training is necessary. It's clearly human error, but actually it's the arrogance and the machismo that members of the LAPD demonstrate on a regular basis. This eyeballing, it's clear what happened. Please end the 45-minute time limit. This is the first time I've been able to speak in the past 3 or 4 meetings because I keep getting called off and not called. I call when the meeting starts. I don't even know if I'm gonna be called on. Again, it takes hours of my time as a citizen, and I want to be active in this process, but I feel beaten down by this, especially when the past 2 meetings have been canceled. I'm gonna, yield the rest of my time, and hopefully we hear from other community members.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Manar Jarban, followed by speaker ending in 0370.
Hello.
Hi, what items did you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm calling with BLM LA, and we are demanding the firing of Chief Moore. Chief Moore, you have proved time after time that you are a failed chief. You refuse to hold your officers accountable. You refuse to announce the name of the commander that was in charge for the detonating of the neighborhood in South Central. That detonating of fireworks in a residential neighborhood is an act of violence and racism. We know that something like that would have never happened in a white, rich neighborhood. It would never happen in a neighborhood like Beverly Hills. You need to hold all the officers involved accountable. You also, need to release the names of the officers that were involved in the George Floyd Valentine cards. 5 days ago, the officers shot into a busy neighborhood in Hollywood and put everyone there at risk. They killed an unhoused man that had a knife and then tried to say that he had a gun. The footage that was released from a close by business showed that the man was holding a knife. LAPD continues to show that they fail to de-escalate situations, that they are incapable of keeping our communities safe. We need to defund the LAPD. We also need to pay reparation to the families that were affected by the bombing in South Central. Those families were left traumatized without any help from LAPD. They were asked to contact their insurance companies. A lot of those people, over 70 residents in that neighborhood, are left displaced. None of the commissioners spoke on how the families were affected in that neighborhood. And actually, one of the commissioners called it a human error. Civilians, make errors all the time, and we jail them, we fine them, we criminalize them. And yet LAPD gets away with acts of violence like this. People were hurt in this bombing in South Central, and yet none of you addressed that. You were talking about technicalities, and no one really actually talked about how the community members were affected. No one actually went back to those neighbors and asked them how they were, if they needed housing. The city failed to do that. That money needs to go straight from LAPD. That money needs to go to those families now so they can be placed in housing. And they are, left traumatized for the rest of their life. So LAPD needs to pay for that. Also, Chief Moore, less than 50% of your officers are vaccinated. So they need to be nowhere near the youth. You need to take that donation and give it to programs that actually help the youth. And officers need to stay away from our youth, from our communities, since none of them wear masks and all of them refuse to get vaccinated. I yield to the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending in 0370, followed by Ricci. Caller ending 0370, you're on.
Yeah, this is Carlos Montes. I live in Ball Heights. I'm a member of the CSO, Community Service Organization. I'd like to speak on all items. I want to say that I was in solidarity and support of the Black Lives Matter press conference this morning in front of your headquarters in support of the families who have suffered the atrocious bombing of the detonation of the fireworks that occurred on June 30th. I'm here to call in as a Ball Heights resident and activist. And by the way, I'm also on the Ball Heights Neighborhood Council, even though I'm not representing them this morning, to stand in solidarity and support the poor working class families, the Blacks, Latinos, Mexicans, Chicanos of South LA who suffered this atrocious bombing. I agree with the callers. These officers need to be held accountable. You got to fire them, take them off. For them to set off in the middle of a neighborhood a bomb, is really a violation of all standards and laws. They should be fired. And I also want to say that, your meeting should be in the evening, and you do need to give more time to public comment. I remember years ago, I don't know what it was, the police commission held a meeting at Hollenbeck Middle School in the evening, which was awesome, great. We were able to be there, and we had the family of Jesse Romero, Juan Mendez, 2 teenagers, undocumented youth. They were killed by LAPD Hollenbeck Division, and we still have not forgotten those killings that occurred that year and subsequent years, right? I also want to point out that, on item number 3B about the cameras, I studied the report that the old crazy Jackie Lacey did regarding the Eric Rivera incident of June 6, 2017. It just happened that when they killed him, that the car video was not on. And Jackie Lacey decided not to prosecute, but I studied some of the evidence on that case. And one thing that's glaring, there was a police officer that attended the initial autopsy and influence the direction and influence the autopsy. The bullet that killed him, that entered through the back of his head, the initial autopsy had the entry wound going to the front. It was amended 7 months later. So I'm calling for LAPD not to ever attend any autopsies and stay out of the autopsies, right? Because in my belief, they influenced it and they lied. The other program is that, yes, the youth programs, you know, I support the demand of the people's budget, BLMLA, that we need money for.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Richie, followed by caller ending 2992.
Yeah, hi, this is Richie Serjanko from the People's City Council. I just want to say it's such an honor to be able to address this commission and Chief Moore. You know, Chief Moore has to go. If we were in any other profession in the world and someone fucked up at this kind of magnitude, they would resign or be fired. And right now, just empty rhetoric from Chief Moore saying, you know, I'm doing everything that we can to be held accountable. And this department is ready to step up and really do what's good. I mean, LAPD is a violent in nature department. And you all didn't even fucking weigh the explosives. And you set off a bomb in a residential neighborhood. You could have killed people. You could have killed multiple people. Chief Moore has to go. And I don't know how he can sit there and think it's appropriate to even still have a job. You're a fuck up, bro. You are a major fuck up. Like, no one in this town thinks you are good at your job. You're a fucking clown, bro. Just leave already, okay? And I think it's funny with other callers calling in saying, you know, we worry about LAPD's safety and they need to be funded and blah, blah, blah. You know, what circumstances are we discussing today? 1, LAPD setting off a bomb in a residential neighborhood. 2, LAPD shooting someone. 3, them unleashing on protesters. It seems like LAPD is the problem here. It seems like LAPD is the violent force. And it seems like Angelinos are the ones that need to be protected. And you know, I don't know if it was more or someone else from the police department saying, you know, it was human error. You know what happens when civilians do a human error? You fucking shoot them, you arrest them, you beat them up. But LAPD, human error, you all get to keep your fucking jobs. I don't know what needs to happen in Los Angeles, but LAPD is not above the law, okay? And I think it's funny, there's callers calling in about Antifa. 1, Antifa is not a thing. Anti-fascism is an ideology, and anti-fascism means we are anti-fascists. And so if we come up to show to a protest against fascists and the police protect fascists, that must means Antifa is against the police who are fascists. See how that works? We also want the body cam footage. You guys put out selective things. The guy didn't have a gun. It was a fucking lighter. I stand in solidarity with the families that you guys try to fucking kill and have their homes destroyed. That, like, this money needs to come out now. Reparations for the families out of your fucking bloated $3 billion budget. I swear to fucking God, Chief Moore, if I ever catch you, bro, me and Jason are coming for that ass. And tell Sergeant Helper to stop fucking posting me on it.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have speaker ending 2992, followed by Haram Cormier Jr. Caller 2992, you're on.
Yes, hi. All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, so first of all, it's under, okay, to take up 2 hours of questions on the truck incident is just, it's like a distraction from, and Decker, I feel like you're just laser focused on that one issue. So you don't have to give attention to the real issues like complete lawlessness that our city is experiencing right now, and how LAPD doesn't have enough resources. I mean, they're solving less than, what, 20% of shootings right now. So anyway, about the bombing incident, or explosion. It's still under investigation from what I understand, and it's looking like there's a possible issue with the containment truck. This is not any one officer's fault or the department's fault. It was an accident. People who make threats to the police chief and people who verbally assault police officers at Venice Beach have no credibility. And so anyway, I'll give some stats. On 2020, LAPD officers made 1,443,077 public contacts. There were 27 officer-involved shootings. 58% of those suspects were armed with a gun. 23% were armed with a knife. Most of them these OISs are on video, so the public can view. In many of these incidents, the officers were being shot at. There were 31 suspects involved in the 27 OISs. There were, of the 39 officers involved, 26 officers were of color. And 5 suspects, of the 27 OISs, 5 suspects fired at officers. 11 suspects were holding a gun in a firing position, and then 9 were armed with a knife. And of LAPD's makeup, sworn officers, 9,850. Of color, 6,941 of those are of color out of the 9,850. Year to date, we have 200 murders, 765 people shot, and 15,179 violent crimes. So there isn't a problem here with racism within LAPD. It's the public. And I blame our city council members, the mayor, and also this police commission for giving these left-wing nuts and BLM a platform and enabling them. They should have been shut down right in the beginning when the rioting happened, when the looting happened.
And this will be our last speaker, Madam Secretary.
Okay, we have Haram Cormier Jr. Haram, you're on.
And if the speaker's not there, just go to the next person, please.
Okay. Go with Elizabeth Summer.
Hi.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Hi, yeah, I was at the press conference this morning with BLMLA, and I just want to echo what leaders have been saying, that it's absolutely disgraceful that LAPD set off a bomb in a residential neighborhood. Yes, that would not happen in my neighborhood in Fairfax, and I think that Chief Moore should resign. I think that the commissioners should call for him to be fired. I think it's also absolutely terrible that the police killed someone in Hollywood, are beating people up in the streets. I agree with people's distinction that yes, Antifa is anti-fascism, so protecting fascists and beating up the people that oppose them, that definitely makes a certain statement. And I will yield the rest of my time to the next caller.
Madam Secretary, we do have time for one more speaker.
Okay, next we have caller ending 2970. Caller 2970, you're on.
Yes, hi.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
So I wanted to say there is absolutely no excuse ever for a decision to set off explosives in a residential neighborhood. This is a large city. There's just no excuse for that. I don't know whose idea, who gave final okay to use a residential neighborhood, especially one where your racism was so apparent. It was chilling to me to hear Moore say that regarding detonations of explosives, that he's consulting with cops in Philadelphia. What is the first thing people think about when they talk about the cops in Philadelphia and explosives? Is how they massacred the movement. I want to know, Commissioner Bonner talked about the LAPD's typical way of information lockdown. We need to make sure that LAPD is not investigating itself regarding this catastrophe and the racism and classism they showed in doing that. Do not let them conduct their own investigation. Just then I go to the idea of qualified immunity when I think about how cops are protected from lawsuits. I think that it's about time that this commission do what the COC does, the Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission, and make resolutions when they feel strongly about something. For instance, supporting qualified immunity. And when all of these settlements, all the litigation, all the dust is settled and reparations have been made to the people who have been harmed by this catastrophe, I want to make sure that all the payments come out of LAPD budget and not the city budget. Fire Chief Moore. Also, regarding the fact that Chief Moore is always talking so sorrowfully about how many cops are getting COVID, when I believe it's like 50% of his force is not vaccinated, and how he has found, as well as the Valentine culprit, the cops who are documented to be going out in public unmasked, he has found that those things, even if documented, even if it's not disputed, they are found not to merit discipline, those matters. I want to also just talk about the youth programs. LAPD should stay away from any youth program. Think about the cadets who were raped. Think about the summer camp that was run to build character for
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. That concludes public comment. Members of the commission, while the secretary brings up the speakers on item 3A, I'd like to ask you if you have questions regarding item 3 through K. Excuse me, did I say 3? I meant E through K. E through K. And if you do, I'll hold them aside, but otherwise we'll proceed to votes on items E through K. E through K, members of the commission. Seeing no hands, I'm just going to call them up in order for votes. Items E through K. I'll begin with E. The department's report dated July 6th relative to the transmittal of a grant application for Project Safe Neighborhoods. I'll move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Very well. It passes 5-0. Item 3F, the department's report dated July 9th relative to the professional services agreement with Gardner. I'll move it forward. Is it seconded?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very well. It passes 5-0. Thank you. Item 3G, the department's report dated July 6th relevant to the revolving training fund. I'll move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you. Item 3H, the department's report dated July 14th relative to donation for the homicide library. I'll move the matter forward. Is it seconded?
Second. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you. Item 3I, the department's report relative to a donation to provide swim lessons. I will move the matter forward. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. Item 3J, a donation relative to business and Adobe Cloud services for media relations. I'll move the matter forward. Is it seconded?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? 6-0. Thank you. And finally, on this round, item 3K, the department's report relative to donations regarding the Senior Lead Officer Summit. I'll move the matter forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0 as well. So now let's go in order, and we'll call up item 3A, the department's verbal presentation discussion regarding the North Hollywood Community Police Station Commanding Officer and the CPAP program, and we'll be hearing from the commanding officer and the civilian co-chair. Captain, welcome, Captain. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We look forward to hearing from you as well as the co-chair of the CPAP. The floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners, and good morning, Chief Moore. North Hollywood area is 22.76 square miles with the boundaries of Studio City to the south, Sun Valley to the north, Burbank to the west, and Van Nuys to the east. We currently have 29 CPAP members, 13 of which are actively members of our Volunteer Community Empowerment and Safety Enterprise, also known as SEAS, which has a total of 90 volunteers. In 2017, SEAS was formed by one of our CPAP committees, headed by my own co-chair, Ms. Sherry Herman, that's sitting to my right. Our CPAP committees continue to address quality of life and crime issues in North Hollywood. Ms. Sherry will provide an overview of each committee during her presentation. Upon coming here approximately a month ago and meeting all of our CPAP members and our committee chairs, I immediately observed the passion, innovation, and dedication that each member has for making the North Hollywood community safer and a better place to live for all. Ms. Sherry has been a volunteer with the North Hollywood area since 1991 and is one of our original CPAP members. In 1995, she was in the first class of our Community Police Academy. And without further ado, here's Ms. Sherry, which will get into details of our program here.
Thank you, Captain. In 1993, I was recruited by a senior lead officer and invited by the area command captain to be part of the newly formed 16-member CPAC here at North Hollywood Division. We started out not knowing each other and developed a quick, close, tight-knit relationship as being strangers coming together for one common cause, and that is to work on quality of life issues and to make our community safer and to reduce the fear of crime within the community. Normally, our monthly meetings always include our senior lead officers, our Valley Traffic Liaison Officer, our neighborhood prosecutor, a rep from the Police Protective League, our PALS president, and various local and state officials. Our board members have always been involved in residents associations, chambers of commerce, neighborhood councils, faith-based organizations, as well as volunteering at the station, helping out at OBB food drives and various community events throughout the area. We attend town halls meeting put on by the department, such as Valley Traffic, or even the town hall meetings put on by the various neighborhood councils in our areas. That gives us a broad sense of what is going on in the community and keeps our hands on what the community needs are and what their concerns are. From the onset, we've always had committees to work on various quality of life issues. I mean, from day one, that's what we started out, and we continue to reevaluate the effectiveness of our communities in addressing real-time issues of today. Currently, we have about 7 committees that we are active. Our first one is our Clergy Council Committee, which works with 92 faith leaders throughout the North Hollywood area. They've held virtual town hall meetings because of the COVID regarding updates and allowing faith leaders to ask questions, address concerns, their concerns that they're congregation needs that they're concerned about, quality of life issues and safety. Our next committee is emergency preparedness and safety, which we've had for a long time, and we keep evolving with that. In the past, prior pandemic, we've put on 3 conferences about earthquake preparedness and safety, with about 200 people attending at each one. We've also set up part of a group that does our neighborhood watches to help the people set up their own neighborhood watch. And we also can train them on earthquake preparedness. We can do a presentation on that, as we've worked with the Red Cross in the beginning with their Map Your Neighborhood program. Since then, we have been networking with outside agencies such as LA City and County Emergency Management Department and the Emergency Services Group at Universal Studios. We are also establishing a working relationship with the newly elected 7 neighborhood council public safety chairs to bring them in and to help pass out information. Another committee that we have is a legislative committee, and this was started several years ago, trying to establish an ongoing dialogue with our elected officials at every level of government, from the state down to the city level, and to have them present at our CPAP board meetings. We feel that having a straightforward and constructive conversation allows them to understand community-place relations. As well, it allows them to understand the concerns of their constituents in regard to quality of life issues and crime. The next committee that we have is outreach. And with outreach, first of all, as being on a CPAP, that is our purpose. We do outreach every day. And with a committee, we sort of put it on a fast track where we take our command post out to specific areas within the division to have our senior leads be there, and we hand out brochures and educate the community on different situations, get them involved in neighborhood watch, answer their crimes, give them crime tips and pamphlets that we get from the department. We also have done this past year, the use of force presentation that we've given in a town hall format last summer, when everybody was talking about the LAPD's policy and the use of force. So we were able to bring that up to the community. We have involvement in our outreach events with Coffee with a Cop, or when we participate in the National Night Out or any other event. Social media, which everybody has, and of course we do too. We're on Facebook. We post on Nextdoor in our particular areas. We have Instagram. And we also have a monthly newsletter that we send out. And we also send out the crime statistics reports that we get, so the community knows exactly what kind of crimes are committed in their particular area. We also have special projects, and that is sort of like the catch-all of everything. We do things from beautification projects in and outside of the station. We also support Officer Appreciation Days and anything else that doesn't really follow under any of our previous committees. Last committee that I'd like to highlight is our CEASE committee. We have 3 different aspects of CEASE. We started with a volunteer patrol, which started in the middle of November 2017, with only 13 of our CPAP board members that signed to this committee. We would concentrate on a particular area with a chase car and drive around, and sort of like neighborhood watch on steroids. That's all that we would do, is just drive around and observe. We've been trained to see what is suspicious crime and what isn't, and we decide whether or not it's worth calling in our chase car, the black and white, to come in and to make a stop. In 2018, around in August, we started getting the uniforms, and we had the slow driver training, which was for us to be able to drive the city BMWs. And we would go out in conjunction with the watch commander to see if he needs any extra patrol in an area. We're just basically the eyes out there, because patrol can't be everywhere. We also help out with the holidays around the different shopping centers to show a presence of patrol, besides security guards there to make the community and the shopping experience safe. And we also do patrol around the synagogues, and we've increased the patrol around our synagogues for Friday nights and Saturday mornings to make sure that they're safe. And the Jewish community really sees us and appreciates everything that we do. We also have our uniformed volunteers go out and help the detectives to go out and collect the video, so they don't have to go out and waste time going around and collecting video from the different burglaries or robberies. We've also been trained, and we have a special group of people that have become available 24 hours a day at the last minute to go out and help to find critical missing people. So we've been trained in that, as well as traffic control and mitigation. If they're out about and there's a traffic accident, the cars are equipped with cones and safety jackets and all that to take that responsibility away from some of the officers so they can continue to investigate the traffic accident. In March last year, with everybody ordering online, obviously there was a lot of package theft. So we decided to add a patrol to that. And that also in March, we learned how to use the radar gun. So we started our radar aspect of CEASE. In March, we started out and we had about 70 hours that year because of COVID, and volunteers couldn't be around the station, so our time was limited. But in those 70 hours that we were out on the streets, we were able to get 228 violations. And so far in 2021, year to date, we've been out only 246 hours, and we've been able to come up with 1,879 violations, which get letters from the captain letting the registered driver know that they were speeding down here, and we have their pictures of the car, the license plate, and the location, and all that documented. So that has gotten quite a bit of response. I know that the captains have been getting a lot of phone calls and saying, "Oh my God, do I have a ticket? You know, where do I pay for this?" They all panic, and we just sort of like educate them and let them know that you need to start following the speed limit. I know that the community has been very receptive. They've been happy because we've been in areas where they complained about speeding cars and all that. So we've been a force of nature in that respect. And recently we were featured on national news. So our goals for 2021 moving forward, we are planning a big celebration in May of 2022, because that'll be 25 years that this North Hollywood station has been in this location. We moved over from Tiara Street to Burbank. So we just thought that this is a good time to celebrate. We hope to bring a lot of the officers back that opened the station that day 25 years ago and have it open to the community with static displays from the department, maybe to do all kinds of fun things there. We also plan on trying to reinstate our run, hide, fight training that we had scheduled for last year, a training session for the community that again had to be canceled because of COVID. And we also hope to get our FOSS up and running, the Force Option Simulator, because I think that that is a valuable tool that the department has to let the community know what it's like to be a police officer and have a split-second decision and decide what kind of use of force to use. Also, we plan on doing another training about when to call 911 versus using the emergency number, because a lot of people still have say, well, what is that, a 911 call? Is that non-emergency? So we always feel that it's important to keep putting out that information to the community to keep it fresh in their minds. I just want to say that, in the 30 years I've been involved with the police department here in North Hollywood, it's been an incredible experience. From day one, from starting with CPAP, we have been welcomed into this division with open arms. We have bonded with the officers, patrol, detectives, and our senior lead officers. We've opened up new experiences for us as community members with the training and the education that we've gotten, that we've been able to share with the community. We've been able to work with different aspects of the city entities, the community, the reps from them. It's just been a rewarding experience. But the most important thing I think about the partnership between CPAB and the community and community policing in general with the community are the senior leads. and the people on this, the officers in the community relations office, because they are the backbone. If it wasn't for the senior leads, there would be no community policing because they know their area, they know their community, they build the relationships. They're there to answer the questions and to take care of the quality of life issues. And I can tell you that when some of the community members find out that their senior lead is on vacation, it's like they panic. It's like, oh my God, my senior lead's gone, I want to get a hold of him. When are they going to come back? So it's been that kind of a thing, but I just feel that, this whole partnership has been rewarding, and it's given us a great insight into what the department is all about. So that's it.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation, Captain. And may I verify your name? It's Ms. Sherry Herman, is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Yeah, well, welcome and thank you very much, and particularly for your your decades of committed service to Los Angeles. We certainly do appreciate that and commend you for that dedication. I'm going to turn first to Commissioner Briggs because he was just out in North Hollywood on a ride-along last weekend. So I wanted to give him the opportunity to go first. Commissioner?
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Captain Mohammadi, nice to see you again.
Good to see you, sir.
Ms. Herman, it's a pleasure to meet you. While I was there, Captain Mohammadi extolled your virtues as well as that of the CPAP there in the North Hollywood area. And it's good to see that you've tackled so many different areas to help keep the community out there safe. Having spoken with Captain Mohammadi, having done the ride along there, what do you see as some of the challenges faced by the North Hollywood area in terms of community safety? And how are you and your members able to help the division there keep members safe?
I think one of the biggest complaints, and I think this goes across the whole city, is the homeless issue and the fact of people not feeling safe in their neighborhoods or going shopping or having their kids play in the park or anything like that. And we're not talking about the whole homeless situation. We're talking about the element, with the mentally ill, the drug addiction, and the criminals that are hiding in the homeless situation, not the other people. So it kind of gets confusing when people talk about homeless. They talk about the whole homeless situation, but it's a certain aspect of that community. And what we try to do is educate the people and tell them that it's not really a police problem, that the police should only be called if they are witnessing a crime in progress when it comes to the homeless people. If you see somebody that is in distress on the street, is to give it to the right agency to deal with. And that would, as far as I'm concerned, is the county. They're the ones in charge of mental health and drug addiction, and they need to step up to the plate and to let their city council person know what's going on and their concerns about it. That's about all we can do, is to educate them and tell them where to turn their focus to. And only if they are witness to a crime of actually seeing a homeless crime, homeless on homeless crime being committed or something like that, that's when you call the police department, because it's not their job to solve that problem. That's one issue. The other issue is that there's been a lot of cars being broken into and stolen cars, and we keep telling people that you've got to lock it, hide it, keep it, park in a well-lit area, don't keep anything in your cars. We get that word out, through our different outreach events and through our own networks. I think that's basically about the two, Captain. Don't you think that? I think that that's about the two that we find the most important.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And let me ask this question, because I'm trying to get a sense there in North Hollywood. I understand that most CPAP members are supporters of the police department, as well as a good community safety program to keep members of the community safe as a whole. What is your sense as a non-sworn officer as to the relations of the members of the community in North Hollywood with the police department?
I believe that we've got a great support system in North Hollywood as far as the community is concerned. We've gotten generous support when we want to do an Officer Appreciation Day. There's communities that come all the time and, with cookies or balloons or cards or thank you. I think that a lot of the officers feel that when they come to North Hollywood, that they're surprised at the reception, that they get such a great reception from the community. So I think that there is a lot of support in the North Hollywood area for the police department. And I know that in the past, that there's been some areas that want more police. They don't want less. They want to see more, and I don't hear too many negative things about the police themselves. There's a few, everybody has a few negative things, but it's just common thread that goes through what's going on in today's world. But I think the silent majority, from what I can gather and from what our CPAB gathers from their communities and the reports that we can bring back to the captain, is very positive and supportive of our officers.
Okay. Well, thank you, and thank you for your 30 years of service for the community and the police department there. And Captain Mohammadi, I look forward to seeing you again and working with you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Other questions for our presenters today? Commissioners, Commissioner Kalanchi, go ahead.
Thank you. Really nice to meet you, Captain and Ms. Herman. I'm very interested in your Seas community program. I'm wondering if at this point, if there's data collected on, how many people go out there, how many community members go out there, the impact of your community volunteering support of the officers, but also your kind of vigilance and keeping the community safe. So I know that we're looking at different ways to support public safety without necessarily having to have officers respond to everything or be everywhere. So I'm really interested in to see what data or what impact that is documented that we can take a look at.
We definitely have that. Our officer in charge has that whole list of the hours, who's participated and what the operation was. Yes, so that's easily accessible. I've got some numbers I can kind of throw out if you're interested.
Sure.
In October, from August 18th to the end of the year, when we started the actual radar patrol and stuff, not the radar patrol, but the volunteer patrol hours, there was like 180 and the items addressed. And that was basically also doing quality of life issues where, they would go around in the BMWs and they would go to the different reporting districts. They'd sort of like do a grid and they'd see, street lights being out, street signs being covered, potholes and all that. So that's another thing that we do too. I know that in 2019, they've done subpoena services. They've done, we focus on an area usually by the senior lead or the detectives where there's been crime, such as burglary from motor vehicle or stuff like that. We saturate an area and we're always, with the black and white. We've worked on task force with different units. So our officer in charge has kept great records of it, and we can provide that to you.
And Commissioner, just one thing that's very quantitative is the radar program in regards to them utilizing the radar and sending the educational letters out to the community. We have seen a decrease in our injuries as a result of traffic collisions. And that has really assisted us when it comes to the traffic safety factor of keeping North Hollywood safe on the roads and streets. So I couldn't be more grateful about the work that the volunteers do when it comes specifically to the radar and other aspects. And as Ms. Sherry said, when we have our major corridors, Lower Canyon, Lancashire, and our volunteer patrol actively goes up and down these corridors in the designated, BMWs that are for volunteers, with the amber lights to kind of show that high visibility and as a force multiplier. So they do play a big role, not just only in increasing our quality of life issues at North Hollywood, but in regards to safety overall, traffic and crime.
And they don't just do, that kind of patrol. They also volunteer at the station. They do double duty. In fact, I think everybody on our CPAB and our volunteers do double duty. And just to say that how our CEAS has grown from 13 CPAB board members to 90 volunteers plus 5 more in the vetting process. We've grown that much since we started. And there's at least 10 of our volunteers in the CEAS program that are in the process of applying to the police academy, and one has already become a reserve officer. So it is a stepping stone and, like I said, a force multiplier for the department in general.
Right. Has there been any instance where the community hasn't received the volunteer in a positive way?
No, I think that, when we go out on our patrol in the uniforms of the BMWs, the community is happy to see us. They feel a little bit safer because we're out there. Not that we make any arrests or we do anything dangerous, but it's just being the extra eyes out there. When we do our other patrol, which we started out with, we are in our own cars and nobody notices that we're out there. We're just driving around the street, checking out our neighborhood and calling in when we see something that needs to be addressed.
Great. I mean, I see this as a positive, not just for community engagement, but also to increase public safety in a non-punitive way and just create more visibility. So I applaud you. I think this is a great project. I know there's a CPAB summit coming up at some point. I think this would be a great presentation for all the other CPABs, especially if you have data. But I would love to follow up with you to learn more about your program. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Bonner, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Just two, if I might. The first question, you were mentioning the homelessness issue as either the top or one of the top quality of life issues in this area. And the question I had there is, from what you're seeing in North Hollywood, is this any greater an issue in the residential areas and context, or are these more like encampments in public spaces? Or just give us, for those of us who are less familiar with the area, a sense of what you're seeing on that issue.
Well, I think in both. I think basically, it is an eyesore to see them, on the streets and in public spaces, under the freeways, the belongings that they collect and the trash that's left behind. It does sort of filter through into some of the neighboring areas because we have had homeless people wandering down our streets and breaking into cars and trespassing on property, jumping in people's backyards, using the hose to bathe themselves. It's pretty frightening. So it's expanding to the different communities as well. So it is becoming a major issue.
And Commissioner Bonner, specifically when I just attended a neighborhood council, a lot of the encampments are in a close proximity to residential and neighborhoods. So there are some effects in regards to crime and quality of life because of the proximity of some of the encampments.
Appreciate that input. The other question related to something that we heard earlier in the public comment section of the meeting. There was a concern that was expressed about, or a view that CPABs are fundamentally advisory bodies that are intended to advise, in this case, Captain Mohammadi, and sometimes that that some of the activities might translate into being more of a town hall environment. And I'm putting words in this person's mouth, but I think the question is about at what point is it more an effort where you're hearing a lot of input from people about various things, but maybe not having that translate into actionable advice. can you just comment a little bit? You mentioned the 7 committees and a lot of people are involved and all that. Can you comment just briefly on how you strike that balance in the North Hollywood area of, on the one hand, having a lot of people involved, getting a lot of input, but then is that something where you have a process for distilling that down, or does the captain pick up that advice just kind of, throughout the course of engaging with all of these parts of the operation?
Yeah, well, I definitely agree with that statement. We were always an advisory board. We were never a town hall or a neighborhood watch meeting. And by going out into the community and hearing the concerns from our community members and through our social media and through Nextdoor and just going into the market, anywhere that we happen to go, if we can hear the concerns, sitting in on neighborhood councils to hear what their community has to say, their public safety committee. There's all kinds of ways that we get information and we bring it back to our senior leads from the neighborhood watches on down. So it's always an ongoing thing. And we are an advisory board, and it is hard when you sit there and you have people come in and they complain about this and they complain about that. We always direct them to their senior lead because their senior lead knows the area and is the one that can help start Neighborhood Watch and give them guidance. And we are an advisory board, and we need to take what we learn from the department, new procedures or whatever they want us to get out, fireworks safety, push the lock it, hide it, keep it campaign and all that, and get it to the community. And inadvertently, what we hear because of our involvement in our different outside entities, our networking, we can bring back a consensus to the department as to what's going on.
Commissioner Bonner, a good example of this, when we had our last CPAB meeting unanimously, there was a lot of concerns raised in regards to the front desk, calling the front desk. And again, that's why I think it's critical for CPAB to educate what's a non-emergency, what's an emergency, and all the different resources, 211, 311, etc. So just based on talking to CPAB at that time, they came up with a solution that we kind of are working on, that we're going to have our CPAB members assist with answering some of the phone calls at the front desk and try to vet to see what the community's needs are and everything. They won't be exposed at the front desk because of safety issues, but they would have access to the phone. And that's something that we're working on. And these are the real-time information that CPAB is bringing to us from the community. And we're using this actionable information to make some innovative changes to provide a better service delivery system.
Excellent. I appreciate the comment and the example. I would just say that it's a perspective. I think that at least it's not been presented in this particular way before. So it's something as we learn about the summit that's coming up later this year, and an opportunity to even hear some more of this dialogue is how other CPABs look at that issue and operate. I think it'll be very helpful because it's all a very important part of the outreach and engagement infrastructure, if you will. And so it's probably a good opportunity to really understand what it's not only how it operates, but what the full capacity is and how everybody can benefit. So thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions from commissioners? If not, I'll close out this matter. First, Captain, congratulations on joining North Hollywood. We wish you well in the division. Sounds like from the presentation today, you have a great foundation for developing the relationship with the community even further than what's been done in the past. And Ms. Herman, again, I want to thank you for your extraordinary service to Los Angeles, for the work you've been doing in the community for decades. And from the programs that you've described, it certainly sounds like your hard work is really paying off. So on behalf of the commission, thank you very much for all that you do. And we wish you well in North Hollywood, both of you. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. Commissioners, we have items B, C, and D left on our agenda, and let's just proceed in order. I'll ask the board secretary to call up the presenters on item 3B, the Inspector General's report regarding their review of body-worn video and digital in-car video in compliance with respect to categorical use of force incidents, which this commission had previously asked for. Mr. Smith, will you be doing introductions, sir?
I will. Thank you, President Decker. With me today are Assistant Inspector General Django Sibley and Police Special Investigator Lisa Redout, who led our work on this project. What we want to present to you today is a look back at the last year's worth of categorical use of force incidents, as you said in the title of the report, to see adherence rates, compliance rates to the department's body-worn and digital in-car video policy. I think it goes without saying that for the indefinite future, the value of this particular type of evidence, particularly in critical incidents, cannot be understated, and therefore the importance of the department's adherence to policy is crucial. So very briefly, what we looked at was officers, if they activated their cameras when they were required to, if they did so on time, and if they included a 2-minute buffer for the body-worn video cameras of video prior to activation. We saw some compliance, we saw some gaps as well, and where there were gaps or lacks of adherence, we want to make a recommendation on the importance of the department in taking a look at this. To get into what those findings were, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sibley now, and by the end of the presentation, we'll be available to answer any questions you have.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So as the Inspector General stated, this report looks at compliance with body-worn video and digital in-car video policy during categorical use of force incidents. And the incidents that we looked at were incidents that were adjudicated by the Board of Police Commissioners in the 12-month period concluding in June of this year. So body-worn video, the department's body-worn video program has been in effect since 2015. And since 2018, all uniformed officers assigned to the field have been equipped with body-worn video devices. The policy that governs the use of those devices requires that officers activate the device prior to initiating investigative or enforcement contact with the public, and also specifies particular circumstances where activation is required, which would include, for instance, all pedestrian stops, traffic stops. It would include a requirement to activate during an emergency response to an incident also. The policy was essentially updated in 2018 with a requirement that was sent out to officers in the form of a notice requiring that the device be powered on at all times when they're deployed in the field, and the relevance of that is something that I will discuss in just a moment. The digital in-car video policy that the department has in place has been in place since 2009, which is when the department began its pilot program of digital in-car video. And between 2010 and 2018, the department rolled out digital in-car video across the city to all of the geographic divisions, and all marked police vehicles at the geographical divisions are equipped with digital in-car video. The policy on the use of the video includes a requirement of the in-car video, includes a requirement that officers activate when they're initiating vehicle and pedestrian stops. The system also automatically activates when the officers use the police vehicle's emergency equipment, the light bars specifically. So to talk about the parameters of this review, we looked at the 12-month period that ended in June 2020 and looked at all of the incidents involving a categorical use of force that were adjudicated by the Police Commission during that period of time. The incidents themselves, the underlying incidents, occurred between June 2019 and July 2020. And that included 53 categorical uses of force that involved a total of 262 personnel. Now, that's not to say that 262 personnel used force. The involvement in a categorical use of force can be either by virtue of the officer having used force themselves, but also if they have a tactical or decision-making role in the incident, they would be involved for the purposes of the investigation and review of that incident. those incidents, and so they fall within the adjudication of the incident, and they therefore fall within the number of officers that we looked at for this review. Those 53 cases included 33 officer-involved shootings, 9 unintentional discharges of a firearm, 6 Learys, which is a use of force that resulted in injury to a person that required hospitalization, 2 head strikes with an impact weapon, 1 in custody death, and 1 other use of deadly force, and 1 carotid restraint control hold. As you know, Commissioners, those categories of incidents are investigated by Force Investigation Division. Very thorough investigations carried out into each case. That's done with the oversight of the Inspector General's office, and there's a rigorous review process which culminates in the adjudication of the case by the Board of Police Commissioners. So for the 262 officers involved in the cases that we looked at, we saw that overall, for those officers who were required to activate a body-worn camera during the incident, 96.3% of them did so at some point during the incident. 78% of those incidents saw officers activate their camera in a timely manner. And so there was overall a 22% rate of deviation from the policy to some degree in terms of timely activation, meaning that the officer's activation was delayed as compared to when the policy would have them activate. One of the features of the camera that I briefly mentioned was the powering on, and what happens when the camera is powered on, as it is required to be, and it has been required to be since 2018. The camera will capture 2 minutes of video footage that occurred prior to the officer actually manually pressing the button to activate the camera. What this means is that you have 2 minutes of video footage that will be recorded prior to the activation, which gives additional insight into the circumstances of the incident, and will also serve to capture events that occurred prior to the officer being able to activate the camera if for some reason they're unable to activate straight away due to some kind of exigent circumstance or so on. For that 2 minutes to be captured, the device does have to be in the powered on setting. And since 2018, keeping that device powered on when in the field or when working in the station and likely to become involved in contact with the public has been a requirement. We saw that in 85% of cases, the device was powered on appropriately and consistent with policy, and we saw in 15% of cases that to some degree it was not. And therefore the device did not capture a full 2 minute buffer prior to the activation of the camera. The next area of compliance that we look at in the report was the digital in-car video compliance and the requirement to activate the device in a timely manner. As I already mentioned, in those instances where officers are engaged in an emergency response to a call and they're using the vehicle's emergency equipment, the device will automatically activate. However, for something like a pedestrian stop or some other circumstance where it's not automatically activated, the officers will be required to press a button to activate the digital in-car system. What we saw was that 86% of activations were compliant with the timeliness requirement and 14% were not. And those 14%, in each case, that was in connection with a pedestrian stop. So that was a particular circumstance where that issue was apparent. So those were the rates of compliance that we found. We also include in the report a brief summary of some of the steps the department's recently taken to improve compliance with policy. That includes in 2020 the issuance of 3 notices to officers reminding them of the requirement to be powered on in the field in order to be able to capture that 2 minute buffer period that I had referenced. It includes a program that's been in effect since 2020, June 2020, wherein if any deviation from body worn or digital in-car policy is identified during a categorical use of force review, the department will conduct an inspection of that officer's performance in other incidents to determine whether the deviation that was seen in the categorical case was a one-off or whether there's a pattern, and then we'll take remedial action as it deems appropriate when they identify shortcomings as a result of those inspections. Also, the department has since August of 2020 implemented a program of periodic inspections at the area level of both body-worn video and digital in-car video, so that levels of compliance can be determined, and so that remedial action can be taken when issues are identified. So those are some of the steps that have been taken more recently. It's also the case that the department does in every case report to the Commission in the Chief's report on categorical uses of force what compliance issues, if any, they identified in connection with that categorical use of force. The Inspector General's office does the same thing in its reports, and that information is also provided for the public in the Commission's abridged summaries on each case, so that the public can see in any particular case what levels of compliance were noted in terms of body-worn video and digital in-car video compliance. So in terms of recommendations, this report identifies, I think, 3 issues where there's room for a higher level of compliance, those being timely activations of body-worn, being powered on in the field, and ensuring that digital in-car video is activated at the initiation of pedestrian stops. It's the OIG's recommendation that the department engage in an ongoing evaluation of its existing program of area level inspections to assure the effectiveness of that program in addressing these matters, and that it use audit division resources as necessary to supplement those inspections. And also that the department use its existing program of inspections and audits in order to evaluate the effectiveness of the various notices and reminders that have gone out on these topics, and use those to determine whether or not further measures are necessary or desirable going forward. So that in summary is the report, and we're happy to answer any of your questions about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sibley. Mr. Inspector General, very much appreciate this report. In summary, as you know, the Commission considers the proper use of the body-worn videos critical, as highlighted in your report, and is always seeking to strive ways to ensure ongoing compliance. This report being one aspect of it, as well as Mr. Sibley, you related in the public reports, or both in the Inspector General's report, the Chief's report, and the Commission's public reports on use of force cases or categorical use of force cases. We make that part of the report so the public can review compliance, at least with categorical use of force cases. Chief, quick question on the recommendations. Assume you've read the report. By the way, Mr. Sibley, thank you also for including an update on what the department has done recently to improve compliance. But with respect to the recommendations, Chief, I assume you, on behalf of the department, have no problem with those recommendations in undertaking implementation.
Commissioners, that's correct. We fully support this. This, as you know, has been a matter over the last, actually the last 2 years. And as we've seen failures in instances where there has been a lack of compliance, we have instituted added notices, education, reminders, but also increased the level of progressive discipline and accountability and those matters are reported both on the categorical uses of force, but I also assure you that they also occur on other instances that come to our attention, whether it be through a complaint investigation or through a non-categorical use of force, or a series of inspections, a regular and ongoing series of periodic inspections of the conduct of our personnel in adherence to these standards. Our expectation is that our personnel will comply. The vast majority do, but we are looking at this and see these delayed activations, the powering on, powering off, which was approximately about a year ago, that came to our attention as being a what appeared to be an informal practice or some occasion that officers were finding themselves in the field with the devices being off. I'm happy to report that that seemingly has been greatly abated, but there are still instances of failures. And when those things are happening, there are today versus 2 to 3 years ago, the consequences are progressive, and individuals are suffering discipline from this, as well as impacts on their whether they continue to work field assignments or other positions of responsibility that we expect the public to have these devices in full use.
Before I open it up to my colleagues for questions, one final one for me. With respect to advancing technology, sometimes advancing technology can assist in ensuring better compliance. I don't know if the department is always looking at the next generation for ease of use and ultimately compliance, which is obviously what we are all trying to achieve here. Can you just speak ever so briefly on that? And if you're not personally familiar with it, we can just get a report back on that, Chief.
Well, let me say that we are continually in contact with Axion. We are a test facility for them. Axion 3.0, their newest version of cameras, has incorporated some of those aspects as far as the capabilities of the camera. What we're lacking at this point, the 2-minute buffer, for instance, was origin from this department. Axon's initial buffer was 30 seconds. And we are looking today to better understand how it can auto-activate. Axon did develop an activation tool for holsters. It's not something we've been able to adopt at this point, but we are very concerned that we continue to try to moderate these shortfalls, both through the instances of monitoring and managing human behavior, but how can technology support it? As you've seen, both digital in-car video and body worn has had technology changes since their implementation to overcome those instances of human error.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Bonner.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. I had a couple questions. One for the chief, so I'm going to work backwards. Although you may need to come back in to the second part of this, but in terms of some of the technology that you're looking at, recall that I think about a year ago, so maybe longer, you were also going to be looking at how some of the manufacturers can address this issue of the cameras falling off or being knocked off in the course of a scuffle. So, we had the 24-hour fitness situation that was prominent. I think we're going to hear a case today also where a dog, knocked one off, I think, or something. And so just can you comment briefly on this report addresses the officer, part of it, but can you comment on where that conversation's gone about whether this can be any more effective?
So specifically, there was a heavier mount, a magnetic mount that was developed, and then what followed from that is a bi-wing mount, a clipping device that attaches physically to the officer's front uniform. And both of those were designed to overcome the instances in which, as you saw in the 24-hour fitness, that became dislodged through the struggle. The challenge we have now is the current mount, which is a bi-wing mount, will work on a uniform shirt. It does not work on the jackets. It's a rarity, but there are instances in which officers wear jackets, field jackets, given the temperate climate we have here in LA. But we continue to work with Axon on a solution for that capability.
So that solution is not currently in the field today.
No, the bi-wing mount is in the field, as is the heavier magnetic mount, which works more effectively on the outer jacket. But what we're looking to accomplish was there something beyond a magnetic mount for the outer jacket, and that's not been developed yet by Axon. That's the third iteration, if you will.
So I don't want to go into too much the details, but in terms of the timing of this, so it sounds like it would have been after 24-hour that any of the newer versions were put to use. I don't know how that affects the time frame of the incident we'll review today that I think occurred last year in 2020, I believe. But that's kind of what I'm getting at is, are we still seeing some incidents where you've put these new versions out and of the mounts, but still they're being knocked off, or are you finding them to be more effective?
For the sake of accuracy on this, I'd rather, let me reflect back and ask for my staff for that information, because sometimes the timing of these matters, I'll get disjointed.
Absolutely. So just know that that's one question that comes to mind. And then back to the IG and if the audit division is listening, this is probably something that we may ask them to comment on as well. That when I noted, that you had the IG's report that looked at the officer compliance element of this. You started out talking about the importance of the technology and the value that it brings and so on. But that review and at the commissioner's request, I believe, was focused on the officer element of it. Then we have the interference and interfering, resisting arrest audit that found that only 72% of the watch commanders were documenting their review of some of these things appropriately in their daily reports. So two questions that come to mind. One is the question I saw in the IG's report, it kind of recited the policy on body worn. And my question just on the policy is there a separate policy that tells the watch commander what their responsibility is supposed to be as well? Or that's not incorporated in the policy that you focused on in your review? Or is that something that's not spoken to? Or if you know, that's the first question.
That was not, that's not part of the policy as we focus on the compliance issues in this particular report, sir.
Okay, but no, I saw the chief kind of shaking his head though, but there is a separate policy that part of what I'm getting at is, for the technology to be fully effective, there's a lot of different elements of it. The officer compliance is obviously a key or the key element of it. Then you have the issue we talked about that, sometimes they fall off, but then also to round it out, everybody's got to do, their part of it correctly in order to get the full value. And that includes the watch commanders as well. And so I'm just trying to understand the connection between, and this may be, someone else in the department may address this, but that's the question of how do we make sure we're getting a comprehensive view and not getting a false sense of comfort that we say, oh great, the officers are doing high level compliance, doing what they're supposed to do, but we've got a leak in the process somewhere else that with 72% compliance, that suggests a potential problem somewhere else. So that's, I don't know if that's the subject of a future review. I'm not asking, certainly not asking that for right now. I'm more focused on the question of how comprehensive or how much comfort should we take in the IG's findings that's specific to a part of it, but not the full part of it. Chief, did you have a view on that in terms of?
Yes, I just refer to, it's not before you as an item, but we can, to advance this, the interfering and resisting arrest audit that was completed on that page, the watch commanders documenting the body worn video and digital and card video review in the watch commander's daily report on page 4 of the 10-page report. It articulates that is the expectation. And as you indicated correctly, 72% of the time it was done, and the instances in which it wasn't are detailed in the report. That was the subject of the audit division inspection or audit of this. The corrective action on this is that there's recommendations that we have in which we agree with, which is that the Office of Operations is reviewed, is that there be periodic a system of reviewing the oversight of 148 arrests by the commanding officer to look at 148 arrests more closely to see, did the watch commander, as is expected. The purpose of them reviewing it and the criticality of it is this a contempt of cop arrest, meaning that an officer commits arrest of 148 and resisting, interfering, delaying, and is the body worn video and digital and card video reviewed at the time of booking sufficiently so that the basis for that arrest is demonstrated or supported by that or not, so that the watch commander can make a knowing and an intelligent decision. The documentation of that process should go on the watch commander's log. What this inspection found is that there were instances in which that wasn't documented, and there was some confusion because it says the watch commander or his or her designee about what does that phrase mean, both of which the department is going to correct with clarifications. The watch commander is typically a lieutenant or sergeant 2 working the desk. However, there are instances, as commissioners, as you visit stations, you see, in which a sergeant 1 may be sitting in, if you will, acting as a watch commander. That would generally serve as the designee. But if there's any confusion on that, it's who is the watch commander of the day that's approving that booking should be the person reviewing it. that's to get into the details of what otherwise was an audit, at generally 100% on all the other factors.
Yeah.
I work to improve.
So I don't want to go too far in mixing the two agenda items, but let me just close off with kind of the broader picture. And again, I find the IG's review very helpful for what it looked at. And even just candidly, when I think back to the time when that discussion started and this request was made, I wasn't even thinking about, okay, there's this other part of it of how the watch commanders deal with it. So one question is, if I'm a commissioner coming new to this, I'm trying to understand the full, what everybody's supposed to do to make body worn effective. Do I have to look in one place to find all, that where, there's a comprehensive section that kind of says, here's all the various people who touch body worn in some way and use it in some way? Or would I find it kind of spread throughout, the manual, like, one part of it, the officer focuses on to know what they're supposed to do in terms of putting it on and off. And then the watch commander has their part of it in another part of the manual and potentially somebody else. So that's one question are all the policies that touch on this. Second is if we were asking the broad question of how effective the technology is and how much value is that we're really getting out of it, or are we getting the full value? Would we need to look at some point in time in the future at how many times it's been utilized in the course of an investigation, whether that's a categorical use of force, an employee, a biased police complaint, whatever, and all of the various situations where body worn is reviewed in order to inform an investigation. Would we or could we at some point have that looked at to determine the number of cases in which it proved to be instrumental or effective in an investigation context? So two questions: is it spread out all over, and do we need another review at some point in the future to really get look at how impactful it is?
So it is not all in one place, because the complexity of a police operation, when you think about it, body worn is interwoven into so many different aspects of how we go about our work. From the management of the tool, the distribution of the tool, the training, its use in the field, or its use in investigations, complaint investigations, criminal investigations. So it's involved. We generally certainly try to consolidate and training, for instance, and the description of a device, what its various components, how those aspects of our operations are impacted or touched by body worn. But there's not a body worn book, so to speak. There are procedures that talk about officers' responsibilities, supervisor responsibilities, commanding officer responsibilities. Those are generally centralized. But then you also have, for instance, in a categorical use of force, where what is the protocol for turning the body worn vehicle video on or off? Who takes custody of the body worn video at the scene by the investigator? Who has access to the body worn video prior to the officer's interview? And who touches that decision about whether or not the officer will have access? That's just one leg, if you will. So secondly, as to looking at cases and the impact that they have, that body worn video has had in digital in-car video, the department has periodically done this, and in each instance, our view of it is that they are powerful tools in increasing transparency, accountability, and defense of officers, as well as identifying instances in which officers fell short, and in support of the public and their accusation, their concerns that the officers weren't acting appropriately. This has been researched also by academia, and has come to similar findings. There's some debate about whether or not the instances of reported misconduct go up or down with body worn video and digital in-car video, but the overall impact of body worn video, in my view, and I think in general policing today, is that it's a powerful, meaningful, and important tool, as this conversation began by the Assistant Inspector General to the value, and I believe Commissioner Decker, you echoed that as well. We can go back and look again, and I'll close by saying the caution I have on that is that it will be a reasonable scan of latitude, but it will only be that. It won't be, to your point, there'll be untested or unconsidered matters, because this is such a complexity. It's one letter of the alphabet.
I get it, and just know that there is no request along those lines as we sit here today. It's a educational point, as I mentioned, because I think at least when I recall kind of supporting the effort to have the IG review, we were looking at what's potentially the tip of the spear, if you will. You know, it's an important part of it. The front, maybe it could be the most important part. But if there's other parts, you know, that need to be in the mix to make sure that we understand really, you know, how impactful is across the board over time, we should make sure we understand that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I would ask, you know, as everyone knows, as the Commission knows, this was intended to be the, I guess, the first effort or first comprehensive effort in a specific area. And I would ask the Office of the Inspector General to consider what perhaps the next level could be, and what would be practical, realistic in light of both your staffing as well as the broad scope that a more comprehensive view of digital video could be. And we look forward to that recommendation. Commissioners, let me open it up for other questions. Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Other questions? I thought I saw some hands earlier. There we go. Commissioner Briggs, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Chief, this question is for you. I want to pick up on your comment about accountability and discipline with respect to compliance. One question I have in terms of overall recommendations for the department is whether or not to create an incentive that we have 100% compliance with the policies in place for body-worn video, whether it would make sense to make it a criteria of evaluation of P3s, watch commanders, division captains, that they ensure that the patrol officers who go out every day with body-worn video, including sergeants when they're called as supervisors, are in compliance with the policies.
So first, let me stress that it is already woven into instances of evaluations for selections, promotions, upgrades, including, if you will, a look back at compliance levels by supervisors and officers for specialized units, such as gang enforcement details. We have had individuals that, on the basis of earlier failures, or inability to achieve these compliance, that have been non-selected, and we have had others that have not been extended on tours within specialized units because of discrepancies here. As to the first, second, third line supervision and their compliance levels, it's not a listed criteria. However, it is an area that we look to informally with our area COs and watch commanders as to an expectation of how we're positively, encouraging and achieving compliance with this, and in instances that they are attending, that the expectation is that the devices be, the protocols be closely followed. We have had instances of supervisors, for instance, that have not just only been counseled, but have been reassigned on a basis of a lack of a confidence by the management that they're promoting the adherence and expecting that their personnel meet this occasion. So there is if you will, department emphasis, command emphasis on this, and there are consequences in the discipline arena. And the discipline is not just the discipline in the sense of punishment, if you will, or suspension or official reprimands, but it is also in a sense of a non-select or deselect as a means of taking on further responsibilities or suitability for promotion or even suitability for their continued assignment, whatever that assignment is. This is an area, though, that I also, I welcome. The Inspector General, their office monitors this area, and I believe that, and I've not heard any concerns from them either for a lack of that. We want to strike. We obviously want to be positive. We want to see the compliance. The majority of times we have compliance in all these areas. We are looking at the outliers, if you will, and we want that outlier number to be 0. And in achieving that, we're focusing on those that are not achieving it. And at the same time, recognizing that those 7 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 that do achieve it that they are ready for additional responsibility, that they are given assignments that are desirable and something that they wish to achieve. So it's a balanced message.
Thank you very much for that, Chief. Because it's been brought to my attention, at least, that there are instances where officers are deactivating the body-worn video and not reactivating it, and then coming up with excuses for that. But we'll look into that further. I think that's going to be the subject of further investigation by the OIG office. We've heard instances of that, but I appreciate your saying that there already exist incentives, which was important to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions from commissioners? Seeing no open mics, we'll move to the vote, and the recommended board action is to approve the Inspector General's report, which I will move forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you very much. And thank you to the Inspector General's office for all of your hard work on this matter. We certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Let's call up item 3C. Which we at least started discussing the department's report relative to the audit division's review of interfering and resisting arrest audit. If the board secretary could kindly call the department representatives forward. And as they're being called forward, I'll just remind them that we have read the report. Thank you very much for the work that you've done on it. We've already at least started addressing it in or referencing portions of the report. So if you could very briefly, just give a brief overview of it and we'll go directly to questions.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Trina Unziker and I'm the CEO of Audit Division. The report before you involves the department's conformance with policies and procedures relative to arrest reports relative to Penal Code Section 148. The reason that Audit Division reviews these audits occasionally is because these types of arrests have been previously viewed as vulnerable to abuse, and they were the subject of reform during the consent decree. We found that department compliance rates for arrest report approval process objectives were very high. Our reviews of arrest packages and approved arrest reports showed that the department followed policies and procedures in those instances 100% of the time. The department does have room for improvement relative to watch commanders documenting body-worn video review, as was noted in the previous item. This occurred 72% of the time, and watch commanders documented the pre-booking evaluation 84% of the time. Our report does have some recommendations, as the chief mentioned earlier, to better capture this required information. The intent there is to help ensure consistency across divisions, so details of this type of arrest are not missed. Our audit team is headed up by the officer in charge, Sergio Saiz, who is with me today, and Police Performance Auditor Trivia Thomas. They're available to respond to questions regarding the audit, and I also understand that we'll be joined by Commander Harrelson of OO, and he'll be available to provide OO's response to this audit.
Thank you. I see Commander Harrelson has also joined us. Thank you, Ms. Unziker, to Mr. Saiz and Ms. Thomas. Thank you for your work. Commissioner's question, and Commissioner Bonner, did you want to start by following up with your last round, or are you satisfied with the question or the answers provided previously? Excuse me.
I did have a follow-up question, and as you might have guessed, and it's probably less for the audit team, but it's on the same topic. It's probably more for the chief. And the question really is, I'm still staying on this issue of the documentation by the watch commanders, and one, I think it's fair to assume that there's a purpose or a reason for that requirement. And so the question is, what is the implication or the potential, adverse impact for, when that requirement is not fully complied with?
So the operational impact is that a person, the circumstances that arrest that merit the charging, the booking for violation of 148 PC haven't been met, that we won't be able to, that the underlying reports and facts and circumstances don't exist or are lacking, and that the discretion exercised by officer making an arrest, that the booking approval supervisor has a responsibility to essentially understand and affirm and make the next step, which is a physical booking of the individual. That then case is then taken before a prosecuting attorney, city attorney, and they make the filing determination of whether or not they're going to criminally prosecute. So what this origin from was 20 years ago, the instances in which an individual would be arrested for 148 interfering, and the underlying circumstances did not demonstrate that the act actually occurred. The body-worn video and digital in-car video exists to show the facts and circumstances leading up to the conduct of all parties involved, and whether or not there was that material interfering, delaying, or obstruction. So it's a critical operational aspect. The aspect of failing to reach this decision, the process that OO is putting in place is historically, we've looked at the filing rate of 148 arrests as a determiner of is the underlying facts and circumstances properly articulated and detailed in the adjoining reports. And the filing determination of not pursuing a prosecution may have nothing to do with the merits of the arrest. It may be the interest of justice by the city attorney, but it may, in other instances, be because of a lack of the elements of the crime or sufficiency of it. And so this process was put in place so that we wouldn't just rely upon the filing rate, but we would go back and look at the aspect of, did the watch commander do that audit and review? Because if a case is rejected, which they are rejected from time to time, and the watch commander did the filing and review, and we look at the body-worn video and we find that it was dismissed in the interest of justice, but that the elements were clearly there, then there's no real corrective action. It may just be a filing determination as a policy matter by the city attorney. But there may be instances in which, no, we need the watching manager to be trained, and they're held to a standard of, no, policing this matter is that the officer's decision to arrest does not warrant a physical booking. And maybe in instances, the officer's decision to arrest wasn't warranted either. And so these are opportunities for training and development and accountability for the entire process of what, again, was referenced earlier, is that the origin of this was earlier instances of abuse. And so that's where in these 8 areas, each of these areas have a component of what I've just talked about.
I appreciate that. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. And then the only other question I have, I know this is a question that someone often asks in the context of the audits, but I wanted to ask the audit division, can you just comment briefly on the sample size, how you got there? I mean, if I'm understanding it correctly, you looked at about 25, 27 cases, I believe. So if that's accurate, or even if it isn't, if you could just kind of walk us through, give us some comfort on that issue, I'd appreciate it.
Right. So typically what we would do is pick an audit period. It's fairly typical for us to pick a 3 to 6 month period. In this case, it's a 3-month period for which we were reporting. And so we actually took a look at CAMS data and took a look at all of the appropriate arrests between July 1st and September 30th of last year. We found all 45 of those arrests. There were certain ones that we deselected, and the reason for deselecting those is because there were warrants issued for this purpose, but it didn't pertain to the specific arrest. And so what we were focused on was ensuring that we had isolated the arrest to a single instance of the violation of the 148. So the final population was then 27 arrests, for which the 148 PC violation was the only charge. And so the choice that we made there was to ensure that we were focusing purely on those arrests and trying to minimize extenuating circumstances as best we could.
Okay, so I thank you very much. I appreciate the logic and the reasoning. I don't know that it makes me feel much more comfortable. I mean, and I'm not questioning the integrity of the review. I'm just saying that as a layperson, you know, if somebody said to me that you started with 145 or what it was, and you looked at 27, and from that you reach some level of comfort as to how this is happening across such a large, much potentially larger volume. Now, I didn't ask, maybe you know, do you know how many 148 arrests are made every year? Or,
I don't have that information. I would be glad to get that for you.
okay, but anyway, so that's just something I'll work through, but I appreciate the explanation. Thank you. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Any other commissioner questions regarding the Audit Division report? See no requests for questions. I'll move the matter forward there. And so this is item 3C, the department's report from Audit Division, and the recommended board action is to approve the department's report, which I will move forward. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you very much, commissioners, and thank you to the Audit Division for your work. And Commander Harrelson, I suspect you'll never again have such an easy time at the commission. We look forward to you again.
Thank you.
Okay. The final matter on our regular agenda today is item 3D, the department's report relative to the Medal of Valor and the Police Commission Distinguished Service Medal. And Commissioner Choi, I believe, is being brought to our panel. And as he is being brought up to make what I expect will be a brief presentation, I wanted to be sure we had the opportunity, of course, as always, for questions, but to acknowledge the service and bravery of those whose actions are described in the report, some of whom sustained injuries in an effort to protect our communities within Los Angeles. And certainly we wish to commend them both publicly here, not just in the vote that we take, and just recognize that they do risk their lives for the protection and service of our community. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And Chief Choi, if you want to make a presentation about the service that we'll be honoring, we're happy to hear that, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker, and good afternoon, commissioners. Just briefly, what you have before you are 3 separate incidents that involve 9 officers. In the document, you have the summary of the incidents, but I'm just going to give you a quick overview. In each of these incidents, an officer-involved shooting is what occurred. So a gun was involved in each of these incidents. In the first incident in Topanga area, an officer, they're following a stolen vehicle. The suspect jumps out. He hides. The officers re-engage the suspect. They're confronted with gunfire. An officer gets shot in the knee. They go down. The officers continue to engage, and they're able to take the suspect into custody. In the second incident, where you say Newton area, Officer Trujillo is in foot pursuit of a man with a gun with his partner. And as his partner's chasing one individual, a second individual from a housing development jumps in between them and confronts Officer Trujillo, engages and shoots Officer Trujillo. Officer Trujillo returns fire from a distance of 15 feet down to 2 feet while they're having this gun battle. And Officer Trujillo thankfully survived this. He was struck twice, and we were able to take that suspect into custody. And then the last incident, Metropolitan Division officers were doing a probation search at a residence. Inside the residence, a parolee, as identified by an occupant in the house, a parolee confronts the officers and immediately engages them in gunfire. That suspect flees. Officers pursue him. There's a canine search that takes place. The suspect continues to fire at officers. As 2 Metropolitan Division officers are searching, one of the officers actually gets shot in the helmet, the head, and goes down, and his partner officer rescues him. Just prior to that, the canine that was used in the search was shot by the suspect and in the hip, but it did survive. The SWAT's armored vehicle is used as cover, moved into place, used as cover, and ultimately, long story short, the SWAT supervisor is able to talk the suspect into just giving up. So the suspect was able to be taken into custody without any injury to that suspect. But all 3 of these incidents are really a display of heroics, bravery, and the distance, the ultimate sacrifice that these officers are willing to do to carry out their duties and serve the community and make this community safer. So I just want to make sure that we take this time to acknowledge these officers. Again, there are 9 of them that the department is recommending for the Medal of Valor, and we would hope that the commission approve these recommendations.
Thank you very much for that summary, Chief Choi. Questions for Chief Choi from any commissioner? Commissioner Silveroff.
Thanks for that. The last one you described, where great care was taken. So the suspect who was shooting at the officers, hitting the dog, was safely arrested. Is he still in jail? How long did he wind up in jail? Do you know?
I don't have that information, but I can get it for you.
Would you? Did the DA prosecute? I'm interested in what happens.
I'll send that information.
Process right now. I mean, we're giving a Medal of Valor for people, and I'm interested in what happened to the bad guy in this case. Thanks.
Okay. I'll
call me
follow.
anytime. Thanks.
Thank you. Further questions? Any commissioner? Thank you. I'll move the matter. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Bonner, I didn't see. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, sorry. And actually, this is more of a comment than a question, and really an observation. You know, that when I was reading through these, I was reminded that that, you know, almost probably every profession you look at, but certainly in law enforcement, you know, if people go into their professions, having run the scenarios and you know, thinking as how they will demonstrate the best, you know, qualities in moments like this. But yet everybody doesn't always have that opportunity, you know, to be presented with these tough situations, and these officers did, and they clearly showed what they're made of, if you will. So I just want to observe again that you know, you hope these situations don't occur, but I think when people have that opportunity really to live out the best tradition of what they do, it certainly warrants us all to take pause and express gratitude for that. So that's really my comment today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Bonner. I appreciate it. Yes, Commissioner Kalanchi, go ahead, ma'am.
Just want to show my appreciation for these officers. And a quick follow-up question: what is it that we do? Do we present them with a medal and a ceremony, or since I've never been part of it?
Yes. So the Medal of Valor, the Purple Heart, and the Preservation of Life awards are all presented annually at the Above and Beyond ceremony. This year it's scheduled for September 23rd.
And who's invited? Is it like their family or?
Yeah, yes, all the department, the family, the commissioners are invited. It's a very significant presentation and recognition for the highest medal that we can honor or provide. So,
Commissioners, if I might add, the event is hosted by the Los Angeles Police Foundation, and it is purposeful that we identify not just the Medal of Valor, but also the Purple Heart, which is awarded to those that suffer traumatic injuries as you go about, as Commissioner Bonner indicated. You know, they're called that moment calls, and they demonstrate their dedication and their valor. And then also the Preservation of Life Award, which I want to raise up as an award that was identified and first issued by then Chief Charlie Beck. You'll see in these 9 instances in which officers were faced with deadly threats, and in some instances, you know, one instance shot and others shot at. The Preservation of Life is also a significant and equally valued award for those officers that, when faced with trying and troubling circumstances, were able to demonstrate their ability to overcome those circumstances without resorting to deadly force, and with finding a way to preserve life and its value. So we felt that in a ceremony such as this, and we'll continue each year, we did not have a ceremony this last year due to COVID. It is our hope that the pandemic will allow us this year. But certainly each commissioner will be there. The mayor, as Mayor Garcetti, is invited and frequently attends, as does a number of other dignitaries, city elected officials, as well as others.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanchi. Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you. I'd just like to add this. currently I've been to 20 of the divisions of the 21 divisions that we have. And one of the things that I first say to all the officers in roll call is thank you. Thank you for your service. The officers that are being honored here today, because I presume all the commissioners are going to be supportive of this motion, have gone above and beyond. They've demonstrated, in my opinion, a willingness to put their lives on the line to save others. And that's precisely what we are recognizing that they've done here today. And I think that it behooves us to thank them on behalf of a grateful city. Thank you all.
Thank you all, commissioners. And I think on that note, I will, with the thanks of a grateful city, move forward the department's report and recommendations as to the awards indicated therein. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very well. It passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Chief Choi, for your presentation. Most importantly, thank you to all of the officers involved who demonstrated, as all the commissioners said, the best that this city has to offer. And we thank you so much on behalf of a grateful, grateful city. With that, we will now move to closed session. Madam Secretary.
Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 4A1, 4A2, and 4B in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you very much. Right. We now have 4 of the 5 commissioners who were present in closed session. Mr. Tefenk, if you would please do a readout of our closed session activities.
Yes. As you mentioned, Commissioner Soboroff was not present in closed session, so there were 4 commissioners. As to item 4A1, in custody debts 035-20, the commission adopted the chief of police recommendations as relates to tactics, which were administrative disapproval, 4 police officer 2s, and tactical debrief 1 police officer 2. Drawing and exhibiting in policy 3 police officer 2. Non-lethal use of force in policy 4 police officer 2s. And those recommendations were the chief of police recommendations, which were unanimously adopted 4-0. As to less lethal use of force, out of policy 4-0, 1 police officer 2. Item 4A2, officer involved shooting animal 036-20. Commission unanimously adopted on a 4-0 vote. The chief of police recommendations were tactics, tactical debrief 1 police officer 3+1, 1 police officer 3, 1 police officer 2, 3 police officer 1s. Drawing and exhibiting in policy 1 police officer 2, 1 police officer 2, 3 police officer 3s. Lethal use of force 1 police officer 2 in policy. And again, that was on a 4-0 vote. As to item 4B, that item was continued to next week. That concludes the report.
Thank you very much. The only item left is to adjourn. I'll move that we adjourn. Is it seconded?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Very well. That passed 4-0, and we will stand adjourned until our next scheduled board meeting. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.